God. I don't usually wait till 40 minutes in to do an intro, but I guess if the convo's flowing. And I also have developed this curious affinity with trying to subconsciously assign like a special meaning to every number. So it's like,
I gotcha.
Shawn Damm, episode 18. And then I'm like, what's special about 18? I'm like, I don't know, but it feels special right now.
18, yeah. We'll have to think about that one.
So
if something comes up. But
thank you.
Man.
May, thanks for being here.
Oh, yeah. It's fun.
Born and raised in KC?
No. I was born, my sister was born here. I lived here for a little while I don't know, I'm really it's kind of funny you ask that because my sister and I are, like we're orphans, right? Our parents are both gone now. So we're trying to, and she's...
you say that's a weird, immediately I hear, it's a hard knock, like, I'm like, oh my God, somebody found you in a basket? Like,
oh yeah, totally.
It's some kind of opposite of empty nester, right?
Yeah.
Whatever that is. I don't know.
Exactly. But no, so she was born here. We lived here for a little while. I don't remember how long. Lived in a trailer park somewhere in the city, and it's funny we moved that trailer to Council Bluffs whenever we moved to Council Bluffs, Iowa.
Okay.
And then I think we moved it back.
Holy shit!
I don't know what we did with it.
People move when people trailer park.
They put wheels on them for a reason, man. And then it ended up at Lake Taneycomo.
Oh my God, it's so weird.
I
just drove past it.
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah. Forsyth, Rockaway Beach,
and the dude that lives in Colorado now.
Yeah.
He long time software Cerner guy.
Oh yeah.
And then started his own thing on the sly. And then now, hey, by the way, I'm doing this, and they were like, okay, and then he borrowed a lot of the, and they're like, you can't do that, and he was like, oh, I didn't know you were looking. I'm like, right. So, but anyway, he's been doing that for a while, and he does really well.
Right.
He bought this truck, and then he got rear-ended, and something was off, so it was declared totaled. So he bought another truck, and it was the truck that he had was like, yo, what are you doing? And then the one that he bought to replace that one was like double the size with a lift and all black tires and rims and tinted. And I was like, dude. And then, so he moved away and bought a camper. And now when he
towed like a fifth wheel or
I haven't seen it because he's brought it for the last 2 years, but it's parked away from where all of our cars are.
I was hoping it was like the old school, like in the bed of the
I think there's a shower, and I think it's nice.
Yeah.
Right. So, but whenever they need to get stuff, he gets in his truck and he drives to wherever it is.
Gotcha.
But anyway, I'm sitting there looking at his truck, and now he's got a really nice camper shell on it, and it just looked like a glove, and I knew it's curious to me because I bought an old truck in the 90s, and it had a camper shell already on it, and it was like it worked perfectly, it fit perfectly, but it didn't it didn't look like they had that truck in mind when they made it.
It looks like it was an add-on.
This thing looks like,
it probably is. It's
glass,
probably like a company that
glass slipper. And I asked him, I was like, he's like, oh, it's made for these 3 models and makes only.
Right.
But anyway, I'm just staring at that thing multiple times this weekend. Like, that is such a flex purchase.
Right.
Like, I bet you have moved 0 people and hauled 0 things.
Right.
I glanced in the bed. It's like you could eat dinner off.
There's not a scratch in there. I really love the old. I miss those old toppers like you had on your truck. Like the back window.
Yep.
I love the handle. How when you turn it and the 2 rods slide into.
And mine had key.
Yeah.
But that long gone, and one of them was broken.
Right.
And so I had a golf club back there.
Oh.
And if I was ever like hanging out, because I lived in it with my dog for a while.
Right.
But if I was ever like hanging out with buddies, drinking or whatever, put the tailgate down and put the thing up, and because the suspension didn't work anymore, so I'd put the golf club.
I carried a.
But these things worked until they didn't, and then
Right.
this one broke, and the stress of it being broken caused this one to break. So
There's an analogy in there somewhere.
Yeah. So I'm this is like December. No, it's like October of '96, and I come back from Durango to see 3 shows, and I'm like, I'm gonna do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then all the way back and be golden for class Monday morning. I mean, and like,
Hey, at least you were planning.
I mean,
you had good intentions.
Yeah,
You meant it when you said
if
it.
planning includes fleeting thought under
Yeah.
the umbrella of that dictionary.
Yep.
So I'm hauling, and the kicker was I was scooping up my seeing show here, Cedar Rapids, and Lincoln. And I'm scooping up my sister. She's coming to all 3, and like, nope. Some of my friends are going to Iowa. None of hers are, but some of them are going up to Lincoln.
So this is the dad you're following around?
Fish.
Fish, I mean.
Yeah. And so I'm like, help me out a lot if you could just hitch a ride back with some of them to KC, and I can get back to Colorado. If not that big of a deal. I can just,
Right.
She's like, I really want you to take me. And
Yeah, 3 hours to your, or 4 hours to your 12-hour trip.
So come back, head out, and, I get however far I get across Kansas, and it's dusk, and then it's dark, and it's getting cold, and all of a sudden I'm starting to see, like, white swirls. I'm like, is that fog, or is it snowing? And then all of a sudden it's just like dumping snow, and I'm like, holy shit.
Like shut down the highway dumping?
Well, that's the point of the story, is that, like, visibility just kind of ratchets back, and all of a sudden I can see some flashing lights, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening.
They look like they're like 10 miles into the distance.
Yeah, but it's
yards away.
yeah, and I roll, and there's a cop standing, and he's pulling these gates shut of westbound I-70. And I'm like, if I just roll to a slow enough crawl, I can just go on past and maybe give him a, and I do that. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And like I see him in my rearview run. I'm like, holy shit. I slam on the brakes, and he's like, are you out of your fucking mind? I'm closing the highway. I was like, I didn't know highways ever got closed.
Right.
He's like, get the fuck out. I was like, God damn. So I exit off, and I'm in, I'm sure you've seen it, Limon or Lyman, Colorado.
Yeah.
And it's called something different now, but it was called Rip Griffin's Truck Stop back then, and it is a big, huge thing.
Well, that's a good spot. I mean,
Yeah, but I'm literally making maybe $5.75 an hour.
Minimum wage? Not much more
A
than.
little bit more than, but I've
Doing what?
running a restaurant, running a kitchen.
Yeah.
But I've got a full class load, and then I've got like five to closes or 4 to closes.
What is this, like 95, 90?
95,
Yeah.
October 95. So there's some people that had already experienced this, and like I connected with one dude who I think was probably coming back from the shows too.
Right.
He's like, dude, you want to split a hotel room? I was like, first of all, I have a dog, like a 90-pound shepherd in the back of my truck. Second of all, I have like $26.
Right.
And he's like, good luck to you, man. So
there was no like, I got you.
No.
The splitting part was really important to him.
Yeah. So I was like, well, so I just pulled into the parking lot and undid my bag and my dog. I mean, it's so cold that my dog was like trying to wedge his way into my sleeping bag with me. Right. And the window to that camper shell just because the wind would come and it would lit. And so when I woke up, and like the bottom 4 inches of my sleeping bag was just covered in frost, and there's snow all across the back.
That's awesome.
I've been meaning to get that fixed for a minute.
Right.
But anyway.
Sleep in the cab.
Well, I mean, I want to lay down. I lived in the thing. I had carpet back there, and it was padded. And anyway, I don't know why I started talking about that. Oh, so we're talking, and as he was leaving town, he had always been super quiet politically. As he's leaving town, he's like, by the way, I voted for Trump both times, and I'll do it again. I'm like, cool, man. He's like, I'll take my Republican, blah blah blah, out to this Democratic, and I'm like, cool, man. So he's telling me about getting plates renewed or something, and he's like, in the county that I live in, I'm like, Larimer. He's like, yeah. I'm like, I used to live there. I mean, I know the counties pretty well. And he's like, but it's real liberal, and it borders Weld County, which is real conservative. So like, I was running an errand here, and I crossed into this county, and I went into a coffee shop with a mask on, and they were like, take that mask off. And I was like, really? Did they? Anyway, he's telling me this story about Larimer versus Weld County, and I was like, the names of things like counties always trips me out. Like, I used to always, I've done the Kansas, Colorado thing more times than I can count. But it was almost always 70, to 25, and I learned as I got older and no longer could do 16 hours straight.
Right.
That I got to break it up, and so I started.
Many fins were no longer.
Oh God, gross! Yeah. I just felt a weird feeling in the tip of my penis.
Oh God.
But no, getting married and having kids, like I learned that cutting south a little bit. I don't know if it's here or like close to Manhattan, but getting on 50 and going through like Dodge City and staying the night, like that's a good, shut it down and then wake up and finish it.
Right.
But so as you come into Colorado, below I-70 on 50 or whatever it is, I think the first, maybe the second county that you enter is Huerfano County, which is Huerphano. Huerphano. There might be an F instead of the P. Huerfano County,
and which is H is a W. So what is that? What is that?
Orphan.
Yeah.
It's Spanish for orphan.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So it's a Spanish word.
Yeah.
Huerfano.
And I remember the first time, because I never came into the state that far south. It was always just up here. And then, I remember driving and being like, who the fuck proposes Orphan County as a name and everybody green lights it?
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
So I got to ask you. So did you just bring all of that back to Huerfano?
The answer is yes.
Did you know where you were going when you got there?
I didn't know. I never.
Did
I always
come to you like just the last 30 seconds, or
I always know where I'm going. I never know how many sidetracks there's going to be.
Oh, dude, the sidetracks are where it's. That's where it's at.
So you don't really remember being here, but then you're in trailer park and you move it.
Yeah. So my sister was born here. She's 5 years younger than me, 4.5 years younger than me. I was born in Sullivan, Missouri, which is about 45 miles outside of St. Louis off of I-44.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't remember anything about it. Honestly, I don't remember much. Honestly, I can't. I've heard people talk about like what's your earliest memory. If I'm looking at pictures, I can kind of like relate, but yeah. So we moved before I got out of high school. We moved probably 15, 16 times.
Damn.
And we lived the only place that we lived in multiple times was Joplin, Missouri.
Okay.
So that was for work. My dad the company that he worked for was there, and he was a repo guy for a long time. So like he repoed. I remember we had a piano at our house that was repoed and ended up in our living room, and so yeah. So we just moved around a lot. So Joplin was kind of like, I guess that's what I call
home base.
Home base. Yeah, home base is a good.
Weird.
Yeah, hometown or home wouldn't.
Sullivan to KC to Iowa.
No. There's like 4 spots in between each one of those.
Okay.
Like I lived in 3 different towns for 8th grade.
Huh.
I lived high school. I was 1 year in Warrensburg as a freshman. Then I was 3 years back in Joplin. I was in grade school in Joplin, in Tulsa, in Omaha, in Council Bluffs, I think it was maybe more 4 or 5. Only thing I remember about that place is just waking up one morning and it snowed so much that like it was like up to the wind, like it was like it snowed like 3 feet. You know, it was like huge. I remember that being like I didn't know that could happen.
Right.
But yeah, so that was, and then, so Kansas City. Really, as a kid, I don't remember much about KC.
But you were serious when you said we lived in a trailer park and we moved it, or we lived in a trailer and we moved it?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. We lived in it in Kansas City. And I had my Christmas Story playground fight like experience. So that was. It's funny how those little things.
Like Daddy's gonna kill Ralphie kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where you just fuck somebody up.
Yeah. There was this kid that used to pick on me so bad he'd bully me, and he was bigger than me, and I just lost my shit. I just totally like went total crazy ape shit on his ass. No one came and stopped it. He just.
Your mom didn't show up and pull you off.
Right. Frickin'. No. So, but yeah. So, yeah. So it was in Kansas City. It was a single wide. It wasn't a double.
Okay.
So it was a 2-bedroom. My sister and I shared a bedroom that had built-in bunk beds and a built-in dresser, and had a bunch of old photos, like old Polaroids.
Cool.
You know, real Polaroids.
Yeah.
Of whenever she was, 3 and I was 8 or 7 or whatever. And
in an album or in the
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When my mom died, my dad got remarried, and he had all this stuff in his basement, and he lived in a manufactured home, right? Like where they kind of like, they bring the two halves and they like roll it together.
The
and
kind you used to see on the back of a truck.
Well, they actually
rolling down the road.
Yeah, but it's on wheels. It's like a house.
Okay.
They build the house in a factory.
Right.
And then they bring it down and they kind of latch it together. So he had a bunch of stuff in the basement. It was an unfinished basement. It was kind of wet, and I would go down there and rummage through stuff. So I got all our old family records or album, picture albums and stuff like that, because his wife didn't care about any of it, and right. So
how old was your mom when she died?
That's funny. Her what is today? The 7th?
Yes. 6/7.
A week ago tomorrow was her 32-year death anniversary.
Wow. Okay.
She died in 90.
Okay.
June 2nd, 1990.
So you're already gone from the house?
Well, yeah, I mean, not kind of. I mean, I'm not.
Are you 71, 72, baby?
66.
66.
Yeah, I don't know where I was. I don't know where I was living. I wasn't living at home. But yeah, so 90. So I was in the Navy from 86 to 88. And then in Charleston, South Carolina, and then I hitchhiked home, so she got diagnosed in January of 90, right after Christmas. She was having headaches.
Okay.
So she went to the doctor, and she had like multiple large brain tumors, cancerous brain tumors, and she died 6 months later.
Damn.
A month, 3 weeks after my 24th birthday. My sister was 20.
Okay.
Yeah. So in between there, we moved to town, lived in Clinton. I lived in Warrensburg, got my driver's license test in Clinton.
Wow.
So yeah, we lived all over. And then from 20 to now, I guarantee I've moved 20 times.
That's crazy.
Easy.
I always think I'm the record holder. But
Easy.
You've probably got me doubled.
Dude, for a long time, I couldn't even, like Kelly was like, she just knew that like after about a month or so, she's going to come home and all the furniture was going to be moved. Like I just couldn't like deal with like anything being the same for an extended period of time, because it just wasn't, you moved a lot.
Yeah.
So you get to like, hey, you're a cool dude, but I'm not going to know you because I'm not going to see you in like a few months.
No, man, I've gone the other direction where I'm like, I shouldn't have to move again. Kind of like I want to be someplace and not have that be a thing that I have to give any mental energy to.
I wish I could remember that. I wish I could remember how I was whenever we moved, because I don't remember. I mean, I remember like having a girlfriend and being pissed,
That's
and
crazy, man.
I know my buddy's gonna fuck her after I
Oh
move
my
away,
God.
and and that's still back when the phone's attached to the wall,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So you're writing letters. I mean, you're like letters if you want to stay in touch with people from another town that's an hour away or
Yep.
something. But I don't remember ever being that upset about moving. But that's the bad thing about being without parents is I didn't take the time to ask all those questions, right? That I wish I would have asked. Because now I'm trying to kind of write down. My sister and I are trying to like, okay, so you were born here, I was born here.
Well, it's the same deal. Like you got the food for Indian Prince. Thanks. Cool.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you have to have all the info.
Right,
Like,
right. And you don't.
if somebody comes to you, you're like,
Yeah. Yeah,
it was
exactly.
a Buick LeSabre, 19.
Right. Oh, I mean, God, dude, how many cars have you had? I mean, I mean, like,
Not many. 10?
Really?
10?
oh, God.
Maybe?
I guarantee I've had 30 cars.
Yeah, I think you've
I
told
mean,
me.
It's just
But
like,
you've always really enjoyed, like, obtaining cars. There's something about cars that you've.
yeah, I enjoyed, my wife has kind of worked it out of me, I guess, at this point in time. Like, I'm just saying, like, yeah, exactly right. Right. For the record, she ganged up on me with the salesman, so I didn't have a chance. But I've always enjoyed the, like, it's kind of like, you remember the Christmas story, The Hunt for the Christmas Tree? Like they go out to the Christmas tree and that's
Yeah.
that's them balsams or whatever
Yeah,
it says.
yeah.
So that's the car for me. Like
I'll knock $10 and tie it to the.
you got a deal,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that's like the car, like the $12,000 car. I just love them.
You are like, I got a deal, and the guy's like, I sold the guy the car.
Right.
And both of you think just two totally different realities.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, so where did Lake Taneycomo fit into all this?
So
Just one of the many.
So we moved the trailer down. So are you familiar with Rockaway Beach at all?
Mm-mm.
Bull Shoals.
I've seen the name.
Yeah. So Forsyth, right? So there's so not far. I really don't remember if it's north, south, east, or west, which direction it is, but not too far outside of Forsyth. There's a place called Venice. It was called Venice on the Lake.
Okay.
I mean, now that I think about it, I mean, it is like, yeah, it's the most misleading. I mean, there's Venice. There's no Venice. It's a pool by a boat dock, an in the ground public pool, like like the size of something you put in your backyard.
Uh-huh.
But it's for the people who are residents of Venice on the Lake.
So 3 comfortably.
Not many.
Yeah.
Not
yeah.
many. And so across the street, there's all these gravel roads, and they kind of just like a tree kind of go. They like you pull in. And there's like 5 directions you can go, and each one is like these are the more flat ones. And as you work yourself to the center, you become more up the hill.
Yeah.
We were on the very top of the hill, at the very highest point, so much so that to go up the hill in just a truck, not pulling anything, a boat or whatever. I mean, you can. It's like
25 miles an hour to.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you still might not make it.
Oh my God! Forget weather.
Yeah, right. So every summer, it was get down there, and the weeds were this high, and we'd break out the shitty mowers, and we'd mow the grass, and we'd hang out down there, and we'd trout fish. We'd troll with my grandma and grandpa. They'd bring a. This is like one of my favorite memories. Think about the earliest memories. My grandma and my grandpa. We had a little short V-bottom aluminum boat with a 25 horse outboard Evinrude.
And Evinrude, Johnson, and Mercury were it forever, right?
Yeah, and we would just troll, and with Velveeta.
No way.
And we had my grandma brought a fresh loaf of white bread, a jar of Bing cherry jam, and a couple jugs of Mai Tais. And we got to drink Mai Tais with them.
Wow.
And the best part is that my grandfather we were all trolling, right? So my grandma's off the front, I'm off the one side, my sister's off the other side, my grandpa's trolling off the back. And the best part of it is it still makes me laugh, is you could almost feel the boat like kind of jiggling when my grandma would get a fish on, and she wouldn't look back because she knew it would just piss my grandpa off because she always caught like double the fish that he did. So she, you roll the Velveeta in your hand, you get the ball, stick it on the deal. Taneycomo, right? It's a cold lake, it's like, I mean, I don't know, it's not 40 degrees, but Like it's like a cold shower lake. Like getting in the shower, don't turn the hot water on. The water's that cold or colder
All year round?
all the time.
Why?
I don't know. So it's so you yeah. So anyways, she would laugh, and you'd see her laugh, and then you'd hear him, son of a bitch, his name's Jack, and I guess I'm after him, but he had cut this finger off at the knuckle when he was younger doing woodwork. So when he'd get like pissed, but like joking pissed, he'd go, and he'd give you the nub.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's my Taneycomo, and then like Tebrock, Kimberlin City,
Sure.
all that kind of stuff. So we ended up moving that trailer to the top of that hill. When I was AWOL from the Navy, me and my buddy.
When you were what?
AWOL from the Navy.
That when you hitchhiked?
Yeah,
you didn't tell anybody?
No, I just left. I had a buddy with me.
You left
buddy from New York.
both times
Buffalo,
without telling anybody?
Yeah, I was gone like 65, 70 days.
And after the first one, they took you back?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
The second time I came back, I remember walking back up on the ship, and my hair was pretty long. I mean, it had been like 2.5 months. And I hadn't shaved, so I had a pretty good growth going on down here, and my hair had grown out, and walked on the ship. And
You could just approach the ship and walk on it.
oh, yeah. And I remember the guys like, oh, man. He goes, I didn't think you'd come back, just like, and so, yeah, so I was.
And you're just back in the fold.
No.
Oh.
You get punished. So.
Sure.
So they dock you like, half of your pay for a few months, which back then was like $500 every 2 weeks. So
Substantial.
oh yeah, like 50% of your income.
Yeah.
And you can eat on the ship, right? So you don't really need
Money.
And I couldn't go anywhere. I was restricted to the ship for like 3 months. I was not allowed to leave the ship. And on the second time, yeah, the captain called me up to his quarters, so I went up to his quarters, and he's a cool dude. We had a good conversation. I wish I could remember what he looked like exactly, but I think he was probably in his 50s and had your haircut basically. And he was just like, because I was good at what I did good. Like I wasn't an F up, right? I was
right.
Like I was up early. If you told me to go do this, I did it. I passed every
You're
inspection.
You're an A+ student, but your attendance is a little spotty.
Yeah. And that time when I left, the ship went to Cuba.
Okay.
And so it's called Missing Ships Movement, which is a federal crime, not just a regular crime, because
Missing Ships Movement.
Yeah. So if the ship you're on leaves port and you're not on it, it becomes a bigger offense.
Why?
Because people, from what they told me, like because you weren't here,
they're putting themselves in danger.
To do your job.
Oh, okay.
And so we were in danger.
Yeah.
Right. Of something going wrong or someone not knowing what to do, and it went to Cuba and Guantanamo Bay and came back. So, he was like, that's the dude. I'm just like, here's the deal. Second that I do my time, like my punishment, I'm leaving again. I'm not.
You came back just to serve your punishment?
Well, I knew that I kind of had figured out. So I had a buddy in boot camp that lives in what's that place in California, Alhambra. So anyway, I became buddies with him, right? So he was the platoon leader in boot camp, and I was like his assistant, like the right hand guy, and we became close. But he was very disgruntled with the military, just as I was, even in boot camp. And we were like talking about.
And you're 20, 21?
86. I'm 20.
20.
I turned 21 at sea on the way back from Saudi Arabia or somewhere in the ocean. So,
did anybody have a celebratory something or other for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we had some Budweisers actually.
Nice.
Canned Budweisers. But anyway, I've still got this notebook that he gave me of old drawings. But we had talked about like just chucking it and saying, we're going to go on weekend leave and then just cruising to the coast, catching a ride to the other part of the world and just saying, forget it. Right, just whatever. But, it was like, man.
So you told your captain this?
No, I didn't tell him that.
Oh.
But, I mean, that was my mindset, was like, I came back, so because I was just like, what's the alternative? You can't just not go back. That doesn't go away.
Yeah. There's not a 7-year statute of limitation.
Right. I don't know. I should have looked into that because 7 years isn't that long, really.
Should ask Siri.
Right. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, right.
Why won't the bitch just tell me?
Yeah, exactly. You're talking into
she
your.
keeps giving me directions to the library.
Yeah, right. Exactly. What's a library? So yeah, no, he was like, I just said, man, I came in to get better, to better my opportunities in life. I was going to be a CB, which was a construction kind of rating, is what they call them, or a job, to where like I'd be overseas building airstrips and stuff like that,
Oh
right?
wow. Okay.
And that school got full, and I got bumped to just um, a boatswain's mate, which is basically just the it's kind of, it's not really the janitor, but it's like you're chipping paint, repainting. There's we're standing midnight
Still got a
watch.
bunk and 3 squares though, right?
Exactly, like right. I didn't get that from jail, but you know, and not be but no. So he was cool. He was like, well, you're gonna have to like you have to spend some time. So I did 45 days in their brig down there in Charleston at the base down there in their jail, and it was funny. They
Like literally in a jail
yeah, oh yeah,
of
45
of
like a
a
real like
on
naked
land.
yeah like naked showers with 100 guys, like plastic silverware only, and you got to turn them back in, right? Like you can take them and you got to bring them back, and everybody takes them. Fork, knife, spoon. I don't care what you're eating. You take all three. You eat. When you come back, you turn them in. If you don't turn them in, you're in deep shit. If you don't have one, you're in trouble. Yeah, it's just like yeah. So it was it's a good experience.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a good experience.
So you had to go do that, but then you had to still serve some time on the ship to clear.
Yeah, I served like 3 months on the ship before that happened.
Okay.
Before I went to the court martial, right? So then you
Yeah.
go to that, and then and so I got a general discharge. So not a dishonorable, just
Sure.
so I don't have any veteran
Right.
benefits, which is okay. I
Oh.
didn't earn them. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
no reason I should have
Yeah.
them. But yeah, and then I stayed out there for a little while, and came back to Joplin,
Wow.
and did that for
You think you know a guy?
right till my mom died, and then when my mom died, I trying to remember because I went to Charleston with a couple girls, a girl that I was dating or kind of gone to school with, and a girl that was her friend, and lived there for a little while. My sister came out and lived there, but yeah. So that's why I'm working on all this stuff, trying to figure out like the chronological order, right? Because like there was a
Scoob and the gang ain't coming around to help you out with that one.
right
You're
no
totally on your own.
yeah well, and they're all fried, so those guys.
Man. So, where'd your folks meet?
I don't know honestly where they met at. I really couldn't tell
Okay.
you.
Or how?
My dad was from Cuba, Missouri,
Okay.
right? What's there? Isn't there where's the UMK or
Dude.
University of Missouri?
Rolla.
Rolla. So Cuba's not far from Rolla.
Right. Yeah,
Right down
yeah.
the road from Rolla. So Rolla, Cuba, as you're heading back towards Joplin, like I think that's west on I-44.
44, yeah.
So you leave St. Louis, you keep going down, and grab a ton of little castles, right? And you go, I think it's Rolla, Cuba, and then Sullivan.
Okay.
Sullivan's a funny town. It's literally divided by the highway. So like there's an on ramp and an overpass at like a mile or two apart. So you're using them all the damn time. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. So Sullivan, no black people.
You don't remember one?
I remember. I remember some families of black people coming to the town. We only went there for a visit, so I never lived there.
Right.
I mean, I was born there, but like we went back. That's where my grandma and grandpa lived on my mom's side.
Okay.
And her side was kind of
that's which grandparents it was on the boat with the Velveeta mom's parents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. No, they were run out of town.
Oh, that wasn't coincidence.
No, it was
or circumstance.
The town was, I mean, it was, 70s, 80s. I mean, like my grandparents, like I would think a lot of people who, my grandma died at 94 or 5, 6 or 7 years ago, right? So, or yeah, maybe longer. So, I mean, there were, our great grandparents and our grandparents, and even our parents. I don't excuse away anything about who they were and their views, but they were a product of the environment that they grew up
Yeah.
in, right? I mean, it's kind of like if you just think about think of it in terms of technology. Certain things just exist now because they were developed, and mindset and understanding of that is kind of the same.
Yeah.
Just a different topic, same thing. So
Well, I mean, you can, if you want, you can point anywhere, most anywhere on a map of Missouri, and wherever your finger lands, you could draw a circle around it, and then you could go to that spot where your finger pointed and drive that circle and see the byproduct of whichever generation it was that ran those people out of town.
right,
Like they have advanced, like when your fuel light comes on and you know the vehicle well enough, you're like, I got like 43.5 miles.
right, yeah, yeah,
Like they're somewhere in between the light coming on and the car stalling because that's how much,
right,
the needle
yeah.
has moved literally.
Right.
And it's just like, do you ever like take a look through any kind of lens at the rest of the world and see like
Right.
what is happening? I mean, it's
Yeah.
great. Like this, nope, this is on August 1st. We put away the porch swing cover and
Right.
we start pickling
Exactly.
cherry tomatoes and and beliefs
Right.
and like
It's funny too, man, because I do. It's funny. It's so my wife and I lately have been watching some old reruns. We watched the first 6 episodes of Archie Bunker.
oh wow, where through what platform?
I don't know. We have Hulu,
Sure,
HBO,
sure. Yeah, it's out there. Yeah.
Netflix. Yeah, it's out there. So I don't know which one it is. I can't keep that straight, but it's funny, man. I mean, that's my grandparents.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
that's the show that everybody says, don't be like that. How did this ever get on TV? And you
Right.
go and you watch it and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, there's
Yeah.
some stuff, but
which I get that, but I mean, it's history.
I know.
I mean,
I know.
is like like the ostrich. I mean, the wolf's still about to eat you, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Yeah.
'cause you're not looking. It's not fixing the problem, So, but I don't remember them like being openly racist, though.
Sure.
I just don't remember it.
That's the needle being like, oh, we shouldn't shout it, and not your people,
Right.
but
No. Yeah. No.
but that's the level of advancement. It's like we should not outwardly discuss these
Right.
things anymore.
Yes.
And file the race thing away in the safe because we won't
Isn't
never
that
need
funny?
it.
So progress at that point was called that I still think everything I think, I just don't talk about it.
Yeah.
So that's
And then today,
right.
behind the safety of the internet, I'll talk about all of it
Right.
and threaten you and your family.
Right.
And it's just like,
Right.
well, that's worse.
Right.
Than that.
I mean, we're on an edge right now.
Let's go back to closeted racism. No, not really. Not really.
Exactly. No. But yeah, so it was so yeah, that was I grew up going to their house. And I do remember at one point later on down the years where there were black people around,
Sure.
Hispanics and I remember my grandfather, I don't ever remember him being, I feel like whenever he was racist, he was saying like it was his father's words. Right? Like every generation,
Parroting.
yeah, parroting. Like every generation seems to kind of, and in the age that we're in, like I don't know, what are you 40?
This year I'll be 48. Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, so you're kind of. I mean, I'm 56, so we're not exactly the same age, but we're close to the same kind of generation our parents were.
You look great for 56. It's probably the fourth time you've told me your age, and I'm always like,
right,
51, right? Or that's got to be your ceiling. I mean.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but like this day and age, and I talk to my kids about this, right? Because my son's 27, right, and he's gay, so he's got like that. He's dealing with that they're still. I mean, it's so much more accepted than it was when I was a kid, when you were a kid, but in Joplin, Missouri, in 1974, you didn't I mean,
And
it was
Matthew Shepard comes to mind.
100%. It was not
Literally.
It was not going to be good.
Not trying to be funny.
No, you did not. You did not. You hit it, and there's a reason you hit it. But it's funny that they're. I guess it's not funny. They're 27. When I was 27, I mean, my kids both were like as smart and mature as me at 21 as I was at 28. Like I was a late bloomer.
You should, if you're not taking a little bit of credit for that, you should be.
Right.
I mean.
What do you mean?
Like.
Oh, for them?
Yeah. Like you phrase that as if my kids are so much smarter at this age than I was 6 years later, but you get some credit for that.
Right.
I mean, your wife does too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she gets a lot of it. But yeah, so like in this, I don't even know where we're at, but it was like this in this day and age. It's like I was talking to AK today about diversity and like woke, all that kind of stuff. Which, I mean, like in this world, it's changing so quickly. I told my son, I'm like for him to watch Archie Bunker, he just has a very tough time. Both of them.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's just like
he's the oldest, right?
Yeah,
27.
It's so brash, it's so racist, and I'm like, man, like think of it as this: the Civil War happened, right? It happened. Like there are historical accounts of what happened. So that's what Archie Bunker is. It's a historical account of it is a mirror of a part of society that existed back then, and actually, it was making fun of those
satire.
People. Yeah,
I mean,
like it was Archie Bunker.
I don't say that as an excuse,
right?
But I think that's literally what they were going for.
Yeah, this is Carroll O'Connor, right? That's his name.
Yeah.
So he was so good at what he did that he made you kind of hate him.
Yeah,
and
it
then
wasn't.
You hated that you liked him a little bit too.
He was a little bit funny and a little bit clever.
Yeah,
and he wasn't. It wasn't just all, like a game of darts where you got to close out 20s and you win, and 20s is racism.
Right.
He was a dick to his wife.
Right.
And to like guests that would come over.
He was sexist. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
And then the black dude would come by, and he would like, "Hey man," like, and the black dude was like working him, and Archie didn't know it. So, like, there's just so many dynamics that are going on there. But it's so funny that I tell my son, I'm like, man, you're in it right now. Like, you're gonna have yours, just like we have ours, just like that generation has its. Every generation has its, like, I can't believe you thought this, or
whatever. Two things come to mind. One, and I've talked about at least one of these on here, but Dr. Seuss.
Oh yeah,
6 books. They pull them from publication.
Mm-hmm.
I have a copy, probably in here, of And to Think I Saw It on Mulberry Street. That was the first one I remember hearing, and so like I went to it.
Right.
And the passage is so this kid walks home from school and he sees he reports his walk home to his dad, and he makes it all up, right?
Okay.
I think if I'm remembering correctly, that's the gist of the story.
Okay.
But the things that he makes up are like insanity, like really, really good liquid acid,
Right.
And he,
right.
And he took notes.
Right.
I don't know how you would be able to do that but anyway.
No.
So one of the things, there's a page. It's the left page of when the book's open, and each page is like a thing that he saw on his way home.
Okay.
And one of the things is a Chinese boy who eats with sticks.
Oh.
And so there's a picture of a Chinese boy or man, and he's running. It looks like he's running, I think. And he's in one hand he's got a bowl of rice, and another he's got some chopsticks.
Yeah.
That's it. And by the way, this book was published in 1931. And so I say, I don't get it. Like, what is... So it's because...
So they pulled it?
That's one of the 6 that got pulled. But that's the more, in my mind, that's the more popular, the more accessible of the 6.
Right.
Like, I knew about it, but I didn't know about the others.
Right.
And so saying a Chinese boy who eats with sticks, I think the offense is that you're then saying with a gavel slam on the table that all Chinese people eat with chopsticks, and that's the offense. I don't know.
Right.
But
So,
also
what year was this? Like,
1931,
but when was this like the pulling of the books?
2 years ago.
Right.
Um,
I remember the other books, but not.
so to me, it's like, first of all, like I I know a fair amount of Asian people. I'm
Right.
close with two families that have lots of Korean people,
Right.
and I mean, they a lot of their food, and both of them are married to white people,
Okay.
and so there's like a huge Korean presence and influence
Right.
in those families, and they very, very proudly, are, shoes off and lots of Korean food.
Right. Traditions.
And their kids, like, they don't, they're like, this is, you come over to my house and I try to give you, a kale smoothie and a ham and Swiss quesadilla with spicy brown mustard,
Right.
and they're like, "What is this
Local
garbage?"
ham.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, they serve those meals, not in the Korean example specifically, but
Right.
chopsticks are a part of it,
Well, yeah.
and rice is a part of it,
Right.
and so I don't get it.
Right.
Anyway,
Are the kids? So are the kids bilingual? I mean, are they
no,
fluent? And,
no,
no.
no.
Who like instigates this whole? Or who starts the process of like, we're picketing like
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Like, is that an organization, a group of?
Well,
whatever?
so usually somebody does.
Whoever they are, I don't like them. I want to be.
In this case, Dr. Seuss Foundation family pulled them.
Oh wow!
And everybody's like, "Goddamn right," and like still kind of chastising a little bit. And it's like they pulled them so that would be the image, that they pulled them instead of the public outcry, and as a reaction, they pull them from further print, right? You can't take the ones that are out in circulation.
That's hard too, man.
So there's another one where I don't remember the time. I remember very little, but it's like taking place in Africa, and there's like all of the people, like, in the most basic sense, they took the darkest crayon out of the box and colored them, and they're wearing like grass skirts, and I remember somebody saying something about like, do they or do they not have opposable thumbs, and I'm like, don't all primates? I don't know how this is part of it,
right?
But it's just like, to get back to the point, like, if we can all, and we're not all going to ever agree on anything, but if the collective can say, we shouldn't make children's illustrated books like this anymore, if you make it go away, then how do you have it to point to and say, here's what was widely accepted and super popular,
right?
Like, how big is Dr. Seuss? I mean, massive. So, but if you just no more, then how do you say? Are you just supposed to like word of mouth it and hope that nobody ever over time screws up the story generation by generation? It's so crazy to me.
So it's, I'll take my shot at bringing it back to a point. So for me, so they had two choices, right? So they thought they were going to get ahead of it. So they're like, fuck it.
Are we back to your boys?
We're going to have to pull this book.
Dr. Seuss. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have to pull these books. We have an opportunity to do it on our terms.
Yes.
Or
yeah.
on someone else's. So fuck you. I won't do what you tell me.
You're trying to get ahead.
Fuck
do we have to get you out of here?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's where I'm at. That's me as a kid.
Okay.
For my whole life.
That is fascinating.
Like, no idea. I thought about this, before this. I was thinking, like, why are we? I don't understand why. I mean, I guess I assume, or I think that must be some kind of a stimulus that if we could just dig deep enough, we could figure out why we are the way we are. Right? Like, my wife and I, and we're talking to our son before I come over here. He was cooking a burger, and she said something. I remember the conversation. She was like, that's kind of how your brain's wired, And so, I've never, I shouldn't say I've never, but since my since I was probably 30, I read a book, and I've kind of adopted the mindset that you choose how you are. Like, like, well, I'm just, I'm always frazzled, or I'm Irish, I have a bad temper, or, like those stereotypical
My
things.
therapist would say the story we tell ourselves.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And we're buying that story all day long, right? So this is part of being human. But I don't know why that I always have that like fuck you, man. It's just, I mean, now I just got to do it because you told me not to.
Right. Yeah.
So, fuck off. I mean, it's just, what's the whole like the belt, the stick, or the wrench? Give me the wrench.
Mm-hmm.
Why the wrench? Because fuck you. 'Cause
Right.
fuck it, man. So it's just like for those people, I would have been the guy going, look, man, fuck them.
Yeah.
Let's just go full fucking steam ahead, right? And just say,
We're about to sign a deal on a Mulberry Street movie.
yeah, exactly, motherfuckers. We are.
No
Thank
edits.
you. We have decided to ramp
Yeah.
up, and we're looking for investors. And we're putting another series out of books, and we're just going.
We've
all
found
in.
it. We're looking for investors for our investors.
Right. I mean, Mark. Yeah, exactly. Investors for our investors.
But
Yeah.
the second,
So-
so the Dr. Seuss, and the second bit is Louis C.K. and he's I don't know how he gets there, but he's got a bit about being a vegan,
Oh, dude. Yeah.
and he's like, remember the first time you heard that? He was like, well, in the '90s, somebody brought one to a party, and you're like. And then, and now they're everywhere. It's kind of like the gays, like a certain, like, and it's more widely accepted. It's a
Right.
good thing.
Yeah.
But he's like, that first time someone brings one to a party that you're hosting, and you're like, I'm a vegan. You're like, you're a vegetarian. They're like, no. And you're like, oh, okay. Tell me the thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no food for you.
Exactly.
You can eat napkins and shit paper.
Exactly. That's awesome. He's
Oh.
so funny.
Did you ever go watch Sincerely? You wrote it down or put it in your phone or something.
Yeah,
You were
dude,
like, I'm gonna do it tonight.
it's
And I was
on
like,
the list.
you're having shots of Jameson. You're
I
not.
did
gonna-"
listen to the to that album that you sent me.
The jazz one.
The it was R&B, right? You told me to listen. Who was it? You sent me a text and said I don't. Who was it? Who was that?
Well, Stevie Wonder was the first one.
No.
We
It's
talked
when you
about
just sent
that.
me like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, the Olympians.
Yeah.
It's jazz.
Yeah. It's. I didn't think it was jazz.
Okay.
I thought it was more R&B. Like 70. Like it. I mean, I loved it. So have you listened to the meters at all?
Oh yeah.
So the one that Ain't No Use. It's like what 12 minutes long, right?
Uh-huh.
Everywhere I go, if there's touch tunes, I play it. I mean, it works.
Nice.
I mean, it's like such a.
Nice.
It's like I get to pick the soundtrack that we're going to have this conversation around.
Yeah.
But it kind of reminded me of those guys.
Okay.
Just
Interesting.
with a little.
I love how every track was like
I mean, the horns and.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I know.
um
It's funny too because I don't know about you like in music, but I've like just kind of. I've left it all behind. Like I've completely. Like I went through my Spotify, and every time I like for 2 weeks I listened to nothing but my like songs, and every time a song that I knew from the past comes up, I unlike it.
Good for you.
I just unlike it. So I'm just like, I don't know what the deal is, but like between both of my boys and my wife's music, I've totally kind of just found a whole new, like.
Your old music is like all of the robes and capes that the Siths and the Jedis wear.
I guess.
Like every time they're gonna get into fight, I'm like, that was a nice robe. Somebody fucking stitched that.
That's a robe like that costs.
Yeah.
There's kids all over the world that can't afford a robe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I keep going back to so now looking back, talking about stuff from the past is way, way different than you living it. And I think we could agree that there's a tone or a label or something that goes with living in a trailer, right? And there's something
Like modern day, you mean?
like right now.
There wasn't one in the 70s, right?
I think it was just kind of like there's people who live in trailers.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
whatever. Like
Right.
back then, it was I don't know. I didn't more. I think people were more maybe more aware, more grounded, like, a large awareness of, who Jimmy Carter is and why are there lines at the gas stations and
Right.
we're at war with Korea. And I mean,
Right.
and now everybody's just detached and
Yeah.
doing it. You want me to do, somebody's knocking on my door, like, you know,
I didn't order DoorDash.
yeah, like
So
I'm
not talking to
yeah,
a human
I'm
being.
about to call the police. But so my curiosity is, especially not too terribly much with the trailer itself, but this image of you going down into this unfinished basement that was damp, and like looking at pictures and so forth. Like,
yeah.
what was that human, like, generally joy filled, or
I mean, that experience
just in the
of
day
like,
to day life of whatever you were doing at the time, and
are you talking about when I was a kid living in a trailer?
yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. Does it matter? So, like, the funny thing is, like, so there's a hierarchy in trailer parks, right?
Okay.
So I don't know all the rules, but one of them exists around whether you do or don't have siding around your bottom of your trailer,
Okay.
right? Because there's a lot of people who don't. Like, it's just open, right? That's like tent camping
The siding is
versus like camping in a camper. Like, without the siding, like you're that's a different level of trailer park people.
because it's colder inside in the winter,
Well,
or
you just because you don't do it, you're just like, fuck it. What's the point?
why do the people that do it?
I think they do it because it keeps the air out, keeps the animals out.
Okay.
The floor wouldn't get as cold possibly, but
So is the siding from the ground up to the bottom of the trailer, or
Yeah,
is it
yeah.
like a wrap?
no, it's
Okay,
like it's like if you turn this on its side, right? It sits on the ground and goes up. I don't know what 6 inches over the bottom of the trailer, and then it's screwed in.
and if you're gonna move your trailer, you take it off.
Yep.
And then when you get to where you're going, you put it back on.
You can, yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, no. So no, I didn't, dude. Like everybody, I didn't know we didn't have money. I didn't know we weren't whatever.
So, like,
I was clueless.
yeah.
I had the coolest parted hair and the coolest glasses that like turned like kind of pink in the sunshine, and the shirt that's got. I'll send you a photo. I was a member of the Olivia Newton-John fan club.
Hey.
Like, I mean,
Dude, just fucking smoke show.
dude, man. I mean, come on. And it wasn't Grease had nothing. I hate the Grease years.
No, her self. I remember we had a vinyl copy of her
Yeah.
self. Was her no? Her debut wasn't self-titled. Well, I mean, she was fit. No, she was physical. Physical was.
That wasn't her first stuff, was it?
I don't know, but we had that. I know, and I was like,
Right.
whoa.
Yeah.
I didn't
It's
know.
funny.
I didn't
I mean,
know.
I really literally was. I had a card.
I'm sure.
Like, I was a member.
Don't forget to drink your Ovaltine.
A crummy commercial. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I was trying to think about like the analogy. So between her like get physical years and her other stuff and the Grease stuff, with like I don't know, what is it like nowadays? What band would be, that had they had the good years, and then like you're like, I love this band for this 3 year span.
Mm-hmm.
I hate everything else before or after.
I think you can.
A lot
It's
of,
like shooting fish in a barrel. There's a lot of them,
right, and not PHISH in a barrel.
Nope,
Right.
nope.
Exactly.
I mean, so many. Like, I'm really, really surprised. 17 plus episodes in, like how much Def Leppard has come up.
Really?
On this pod. Yeah, man. And like part of it's me, because
I
like
like Def Leppard.
Pyromania
Back then?
really like blew my mind, and then
On Through the Night, man.
On Through the Night and High and Dry.
Yeah, High and Dry. God, what a great album.
They came up last episode. Well,
they did, really?
It's not out yet. It comes out Thursday if I can get it together. I mean,
Right.
I was gone all weekend. That was a huge portion of editing.
Right.
So this might be the first week where I am late, or
You've hit it. You've released a new episode consistently every week, right?
well, I mean, no,
Since
because
you started, or
the first one took me like 3 weeks.
well, the first one doesn't count. I mean, you're like that was like
It was January. I didn't get it out till
Well, and
February.
it was like, wasn't that the one when the cameras stopped working?
Yeah.
And yeah, so, that was working the bugs out.
And then the second one I still had to have a lot of help trying to figure it out. I think somewhere in around 3 or 4.
Right.
It was kind of like, okay. And still just a lot of, stepping on Legos in the dark and kicking furniture with my toes. And at some point I was like, I should try to do one a week, and I should try to have this day be the release date. And like, if it doesn't happen, try to take it easy. Like, nothing. There's zero consequences, or like. Yeah.
I mean, what's the right? I mean, like,
one of my 26 subscribers is going to be like, "Hey, man, I really look."
He sends you like you get a like a post or
notification. Yeah.
It's 9:30 Saturday morning. I got my coffee. I'm like, what's the deal?
I stayed in my robe and
it's gone. I got 2 hours. I mean, you could only wish for that.
But
that'd be great.
Man, I really, really still to this day, and I know there's plenty of people that will, but Hysteria was a really good album in my mind.
Oh yeah.
And they, this, as you'll see, maybe, this dude was like, took him 4 years to make that album. Cause he chose Back in Black and Pyromania as his 2. And I was like, all right, we're going.
How old is he?
He's 1 year older than me, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. As like the ones that really, he came online as like, holy shit, rock and roll.
Really? Wow.
So, I didn't have to do a lot of research. I know those records really well.
You experienced them.
Really well.
It's so funny that we moved to Omaha, Nebraska my 8th grade year. I think it was 8th grade, 7th grade year. And we lived in a neighborhood like kind of something, I don't know. It was a good neighborhood. It was a nice neighborhood. It was the nicest house we'd ever lived in.
Oh, wow.
So, and it was a good neighborhood. That was a relatively new neighborhood.
Also not a trailer at the top of the hill.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So this was I was 15 or 14 I remember my mom teaching me to drive in her old hatchback 4-door Corolla, Toyota
nice.
Corolla 5-speed. So, and the houses didn't even have fences. So, and the kid that lived behind me, I remember becoming friends with him, and his parents. I know he had parents. I know they lived in the house. It was a big like basement house. I mean, it was a real house. But I never remember ever meeting them or seeing them in all my memories. But his parents had a boat that sat in the front driveway.
Okay.
And it was like a, 20, 30 foot, like it was a big one you could sleep in. And I would spend the night at his house, and we would sleep in that boat. Then we would sneak out and just cruise the neighborhood and, vandalize, do whatever the kids. I remember our big thing for a long time was we would steal PVC pipe and make homemade bongs. So it was like, you would just, it was just like stupid stuff, you would do as a kid. And I don't even know where I went with that, but, I do know. So that's where I heard Back in Black. So he had the album. First time I ever partaked in the
Mary Jane.
Okay. We sat at the bottom steps into his basement of his house. His parents weren't home. It was after school. We were in 7th grade. He goes, check this out. He puts the record on. Like it, wasn't an 8-track. It was back then. It was record or 8-track.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think there were there cassettes in 70.
That came out in 80.
Yeah. Okay. So
so you probably got your hands on it in 80 or 81.
Yeah.
Somewhere
So like we sit down there, he puts it on, whips out the little.
I can see the.
Totally.
That turntable wasn't spinning.
No,
straight.
and it's a beautiful. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he whips out his little, ceramic, like those old school, bowls back then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so we sat there and did that and listened to the album. And
it's a really good album.
Oh, dude.
Really good album.
For a bunch of guys that can take, I don't know if they ever played a minor chord in any of their songs. G, C, D, E, F would be the, B. It was just like. That's
where they came up with their name, AC/DC. No, I'm kidding.
It was just like, but man, it just showed you that you didn't have to be complicated.
Well,
right? And
it's funny. I talked about this in the conversation with that dude. It's like, show me in if it just in the classic or in the rock and roll lens,
Right.
show me a record that has a better bookends for opener and closer.
So what are they?
Hell's Bells.
Uh-huh.
No, is that right? You got no, it is Hell's Bells because you get that.
Well, it's in Hell's Bells. It's got the bell, and or is that
the bong, and then the bell comes first, and then you got that guitar riff slowed down version by itself, and then it kicks in.
It's going.
And then it closes with Rock and Roll Ain't Noise Pollution.
Oh.
So
is Big Balls? It's not on that album.
That's Dirty
later.
Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. That's 73.
That was my kid's favorite. I love it. I got my kids on that whenever
I'm
they were kids.
upper class high society.
Living in Independence, Kansas, driving 30 miles for dinner at a Mexican restaurant somewhere, and just listen to that song, and just my wife's like, oh my God, and we're just screaming it out. That's such a great. That's cool. I mean, you can't take that's so. We're so lucky that they made that album.
And I mean, and that was the first one with Brian Johnson.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
See, that's the thing, man. I'm not good at. I think I said earlier on when we were first talking about, I'm not a statistics guy.
Right.
I just don't. I don't know why, but like I couldn't tell you who's in the majority of bands that I love.
Right.
I know the front man probably.
Yeah.
I probably know the guitar player. Like old stuff, Zeppelin, I know, but
sure.
But like in those guys, like it was American rock and roll, but they were British, right? Or were they
Australian?
Not? Australian.
Yeah.
Right. So,
with Australian and homeboys wearing a kilt, so.
Right. Which is just so awesome.
Scott Australian. I don't know.
Right. Were they big in Australia too?
I think they're like one of the nation's.
Are they?
Pieces of pride.
It's like like the U.S. was like they're ours, right? I mean, they're like it's. I mean, they just maybe wasn't that way, but it.
Yeah, Australia's like they're not, and London's like they do this all the time. Just take it easy; it'll all be fine.
Yeah, the Beatles and
how many Stones and Zeppelin,
right.
The Who.
Right.
But man, I just like. I remember. I mean, I was a big. Notebook band name. Like I like to think I at some point perfected my VH for Van Halen and my AC/DC and my Def Leppard and anybody that had something kind of cool.
Right.
And I remember a couple of select people being like, "Don't be fill in the blank. Don't listen to Def Leppard," and being like, "Wait, what?"
Right.
And then it's like, oh, I guess after things did change in so many ways after Pyromania, because High and Dry on Through the Night, Pyromania, they're at the top of like rock.
Right.
And then their accident happens, and apparently it took them 4 years to make Hysteria, and they have to figure out a new way to play the drums, and it sounds a little more mechanical, and also
the ones and twos.
And also like. That album has a lot of hits on it.
Right.
I mean, the smallest hit on that probably dwarfs how big the biggest hit from Pyromania was.
Right.
I mean, anyway, so it's always been kind of this like, I shouldn't feel ashamed about. Now, if you go one record further with Pour Some Sugar on Me, I was like, no.
Right.
No, dude.
Yeah.
That's not.
I mean, I've certainly given people shit. Jokingly,
yeah.
But I mean, I was sitting up this morning, and my wife works from home, and she was in her office a half hour before time to kind of clock in, and she was jacking around on some work beforehand, and she had some music playing, and what comes on is what's it called? Careless Whisper, Wham or something.
I think that's solo George Michael.
Yeah, I'm like,
it's a beautiful song.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I just think it's a shame at this point, and I'm guilty of it. For the record, I effing hate country. I'm not saying it's bad. I've tried. It's like tomatoes. I try tomatoes every year. They're still terrible, right? Like I'm not a God guy, but if there is something, they should have finished that fruit because they didn't finish it, and it's not right. It's not good. Same thing about country.
But the sister that is the owner of that dog is like you know,
Ugh.
she'll slice them up and then maybe hit them with
Salt?
some S&P. Huh?
Yeah, a little salt and pepper. Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
And I'm just like,
Oh
what,
my God.
what are you doing? What
Like,
are you
right.
doing?
Like, how do you ruin a burger? Put tomato on it.
That's how you fix a ruined burger, by pulling that slimy piece of sludge
Exactly,
out of
on the
there.
seeds, yeah. But I do like old country, like like original. Like I think I send you that screenshot of that Merle Haggard and somebody else
I think so.
covering a Fleetwood Mac. I think the Chain or covering some song, and
That doesn't sound familiar.
like some
You
of the
might
old
have
stuff,
though.
Willie and all that old stuff. But I'm not a hater
Right.
like Keith Urban. The dude, he's incredible.
I don't know. I know the name. That's all.
I mean,
I don't.
he's married to Nicole Kidman, so he's
For real?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's from Australia. I think.
Okay.
Might be New Zealand. I thought for a long time Australia and New Zealand were the same place, but I guess they're not.
Yeah.
From what I hear. But no, he's.
Have you ever seen the video for Jesus, AC/DC? It's a long way to the top. If you want to rock and roll,
I wanna rock and roll.
have you ever seen that video?
I don't know if I have.
It's like it's just a parade happening,
Okay.
and they're afloat,
Okay.
and it opens kind of like,
Right.
and then they kind of kick it up, and they're kind of
Right.
rocking, and all of a sudden bagpipes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And fucking everybody in the parade's like,
Right. The sound engineer's like, you want to do what?
yeah,
Bagpipes.
all right.
We've never recorded bagpipes.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
But I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful song by
yeah.
itself. But you watch the video, and it's old,
right.
like late
Yeah.
70s, early 80s, and it's raw and gritty and
Right.
super fucking cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I feel like they might actually be moving.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So man, music growing up, I mean, you're moving so much, it makes it.
No, I was a freak about music. It was like
Were your folks playing anything that you recall?
just in the car. In the car.
Radio?
Radio. Yeah, we did have I know there's stuff I don't remember. We had a the old school console, which is like a hutch with you slide the top back and there's the record player in the center. And speakers are hidden down in behind the thing and
big heavy piece of furniture.
Yeah, and then down below like it doubles as a liquor cabinet too, kind of thing. So yeah, Simon and Garfunkel.
Sure.
Right.
Radio in the car and at home.
Yeah.
Nobody's putting on records or.
At home, there's some records, but
Okay.
I'm the one putting them on. Like they're not. I'm putting them on. Right. So it's their
but they're
records.
theirs.
Yeah, I don't remember ever like saying, "Hey, can we buy?" I never looked what I had access to. I just like delved into that.
Cool.
Right. I didn't.
And
really
they were like, "Yeah, you can put it on and
yeah,
figure it out."
So those guys. What's his face? Record the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Oh God.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Yes.
Right. So Gordon Lightfoot, who did the whole, you don't mess with Bad Leroy Brown.
Yep.
That was my dad's favorite song. He used to play it all the time.
I chased a Gordon Lightfoot song not knowing it was a Gordon Lightfoot song for like 30 years. Yeah. And then I was like, why did it never occur? Because I had like a mental list of 8 or 10 potential candidates of who it could be.
Right.
But I kept striking out and then revisiting those, like forever.
And it wasn't any of those. It wasn't any of those.
No, but I at one point I was for certain that it was John Prine, and so I like started purchasing everything in the discography and like and it just wasn't there.
Right.
And then I went to somebody else, and then like came back to John. I was like, "Is there a John Prine album that I missed?" And turned out it was "Someday You Think It's." I'm like, "Fuck." I know all these years that Gordon Light.
That's so funny.
Yeah. But I remember hearing that at a really young age and being like, that felt really good, and I don't know why.
Right. Yeah, my dad, so that was like that song, the record of Edmund Fitzgerald, and the Bad Leroy Brown. And I thought there was another one that was like Bad Leroy Brown song, but those were like his, if I had to name his favorite songs, those would be his two.
Cool.
So it's funny.
At least he had some.
Yeah, and he would sing, his ass off in the car.
Nice.
And not good. Just like, but
But
and I would
joy filled.
Right. Yeah. So I was talking to my son the other night, and he was telling my youngest. He was telling like we were talking. He and my wife were eating dinner at the table talking, and he was talking about how when he was a kid, like forever, like till he was like, a few years ago. He's 22. Like he was like we thought that like
Matthew,
Jack, the
but
young one, and Matt.
Okay, there is a Matt and Jack.
Yeah,
Jack
it
and
was
Matt.
like we thought that you knew the words to every song, and I kind of did. Like when I was a kid, like that was just like I don't know why, where it came from, but I just was like that was my thing. Music was my thing. Like, do you remember Robbie Dupree?
Only by name.
There's no way. Yes, there's a song called "Steal Away."
Okay.
It's a total '70s pop.
Why
Candy.
don't you steal
away.
Dun,
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 dun, dun,
dun. It's
dun,
like
dun.
sounds
Yeah.
like Michael McDonald.
Yeah, it does. It does. He might
Okay.
even be in it. I don't know. He might even be
He was
in
in
it.
a lot of shit.
Yeah, he was in a lot
and
of
always
stuff.
you're like Michael McDonald.
Right, read the back of the album.
I can hear that.
Right, yeah, exactly. That howl.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, there was just I loved it, and I had a record player, and every night my dad turn that goddamn thing down, or I'm gonna cut the cord, and I was like, I'd turn it like a little bit down,
Yeah.
and have my bedroom doors shut, and I'd just be back there playing records, and
Your sister's 5 years older?
4.5 years younger.
Oh, okay.
She was November 1st of 70.
Okay.
And I was
Okay.
May 6th
My
of
bad.
66. So, yeah, man. So, that was kind of, I mean, I never really got.
My parents have records, and I'm going to listen to them with permission. And
Right. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And then
Fuck, even if it's 5 records, you're
Yeah.
getting in there and like.
Right. Carly
But-
Simon.
Okay.
Some James Taylor.
Is she, is that You're So Vain? Is that Carly Simon?
That is her.
I bet you think the song is
Yeah.
about you. Don't you?
Right. It's weird.
James Tafflin Fire.
Yeah. It's weird that they had like a long relationship, and like I watched the documentary, I was like, wow, there was like adult shit going on. I was just like digging
Right?
the tunes. I had no idea what
These guys just go to the studio from 9 to 5 and punch a
Right.
clock and write some music.
Exactly. Yeah. So I grew up, man, like that, and started playing music on my own too, and it just kind of like it's always been a thing. It's just always been a thing. But it's funny. It's never been a thing like the statistics thing, right? It's just I've just never been able to really think that way. Like I don't really find interest in that kind of stuff. It's more, like I know the words to all the songs.
Sure.
To the song. I mean, I don't know the guy that's playing the drums or the bass or whatever, but
Well, I mean, I could pull out junior, senior yearbook. There's, a picture of me sitting at my desk in my room with a kind of a wall of cassettes.
oh yeah,
And I've got the liner notes open, and that's what I would do. I like
totally.
my first job was
lyrics are in there, and
screen and storm window repair at 15. I mean, I babysat and cut grass, but that was and I got $3.50 an hour, which was under minimum wage, which he could get away with because I was not of age.
right.
And one of the first things I did with one of my first paychecks was buy a new doorknob with a lock and key on it for my room.
I thought you were gonna say a membership to Columbia.
No, well, I did that a bunch of times, but
Didn't we all?
but and really the key part didn't matter until my sister was older and our mom always worked 2 jobs, so we were always the pre-party house.
Okay.
We always had till about 8:50, and then just horrible excuse for housekeeping to like, we're all smoking in the house and just open the windows and do this and gather
Set a
the
box
trash
fan
and
in the window.
run out,
Right.
But I was more invested in the fact that I could lock it from the inside,
Right.
and just be alone. And there was something, I think, you go to that story thing about loading information and being able to, quote unquote, have it on the ready if it comes up.
Sure.
That somehow is like turning your skee ball tickets in for a prize. Only this time the prize is cool points with your peers. And
Right.
I can tell you that John Paul Jones is the bass and the keyboard player for like blah blah blah.
Right. Exactly.
So I think that's the only reason why I have it in there, because there was some kind of weird sad kid motivation into like download as much as possible and know the discography by year of all the Van Halen records and fill blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So do you? Is there like a first like acquisition with intention of a record or a tape,
Like
or
a first purchase?
Yeah, or maybe somebody gave you one, or maybe you stole one. I don't know.
Yeah, that's hard, man.
Or if there's not that, the first time that you listened to something that really like launched you over the moon compared to Carly Simon and
Yeah, right.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Right.
And all that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's a hard one. So I think back. So I do remember having 8 tracks, and a stereo in my car that had 8 tracks.
Cool.
That took 8 tracks, like a dash unit.
Yeah.
A dash, like a factory unit.
Oh yeah.
And I remember, I think maybe the one that would probably be that one that I really, and I can still connect you today, is Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic.
It's a great fucking record.
It's a fucking badass record.
I made,
You know.
I you talk about Columbia House. I mean, I was a latchkey kid for
Okay.
all the years.
Right.
I got 2 or 3 Columbia House memberships.
Right.
And then I got a subscription to Playboy and the Sporting News. And I chose the Sporting News because whatever the thing was, you had to choose 2.
Right.
And I was like, this evens me out on the perv scale. But there was, I had like, I don't know, man, 13, 14. I had maybe I was a little bit older, but I had 100% confidence that under no circumstance would I not be the first one home to get the mail.
Right.
And same
Right.
with grade cards. Like, oh, dude, that came months ago. I don't even know where it is now. You know,
Right.
like,
Have you
but
seen your
but all of those. I mean, I think the first Columbia House was all of my legit info. But everything after that, Tom Hamilton, bass player of Aerosmith.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
So I got into them. I mean, I probably bought Permanent Vacation because of Dude's Looks Like a Lady, and Angel was on there too. And
so that's whenever I was like, you know, that so that's a good example of what we were talking about earlier. Everything past this point,
the Def Leppard
I'm like
of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, like the whole you know what you were just talking about, the Aerosmith, like Dude Looks Like a Lady. Like, you know, I'm never gonna like totally, like, music is hands down the greatest thing about the world, you know, aside from, like, you know, wife and family and kids and relationships. But I mean, I feel like I've been, you know, you asked about like what were your purchases, or what was the number one purchase or the first real purchase, and I mean, man, it's just like, and I'm assuming you're kind of the same way, and a lot of people are. Like, you know, we're telling our own story. Like, didn't you say that earlier?
Yeah. My therapist,
right?
That's how the story we tell ourselves.
It's a soundtrack, man. It's a soundtrack.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
It's like it's just like that.
So Pump is not too far after that, and my next door neighbor, like, was X amount of years removed from playing in a band.
Okay.
But he came over one time and almost like nailed the Highway Star solo by Deep Purple, which is, I mean, some fat. Anyway, he was like, dude, no. And he had a huge vinyl. He's like, and he gave me Rocks first, which I think is the picture of the end of a neck with a fret.
Yep.
Something like, and it had some, and then Toys in the Attic, and then I think he gave me Self-Titled and Draw the Line, and I was like, oh my God, like, holy shit. And then now it's like, I gotta know all of the Aerosmith so that I sound cool when I talk to him, because he's my dealer.
Right.
And then I hit like there's a god awful early 80s period where they put out Done with Mirrors.
I don't even know if I've ever even.
It's done. It's not worth a listen at all. It's fresh. It's the fresh out of rehab record, but there's 2 or 3 right in there like, from 80 to 86,
Right.
and they're just complete garbage.
Horrible.
And then 87 is Permanent Vacation, and then Pump was like 89 or 90.
Right.
And then you get, after that, you get all the Alicia Silverstone movie soundtrack blockbusters, and it's like, how many hats has this band worn?
Right. Exactly.
But anyway,
Who's his daughter? Who's
Liv
Liv
Tyler
Tyler? That's his daughter, right?
from Lord of the Rings and
Well, or Armageddon.
Armageddon. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
just,
Right.
Daddy.
Yeah.
But Toys in the Attic.
Right.
You said you remember.
Yeah. That's kind of like I remember just, that and Queen. What was the one like that had the monster in the inside? World, or I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that. It opened up and it had the big monster that was kind of peering into the cave, and people were running everywhere. And I love that. I loved that album. And what was the? I can't remember the tracks, but there was some like B-side stuff in there, which was just really, really cool, fast and kind of
Mm-hmm.
screamy and just real cool. Yeah.
This came up in the episode with my sister. Like, we had an album, a piece of vinyl called Hot Tracks. And
Yeah.
it was from like 81 or 82.
Like a mix of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was Styx, Mr. Roboto was on there, and there was a Queen track that was really, really out in left field,
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was.
like Mr. Roboto was for Styx. But
Yeah, I got to look it up because
it's
there was.
escaping me now.
Yeah, I remember the song. It was a dude's name or something. It was but it was pretty. It was different back then though. Like albums back then to me were like novels. They were like books. They were put together clearly to flow a certain way, and like when you were experiencing them, emotionally it was different from song to song, and it was almost like you could
Connected.
yeah, yeah. Some of it by the lyrics, but some of it not. Some of it just by the sound. And it's kind of funny. I was watching a documentary or something, and they were talking about Sting, and they were talking about Every Breath You Take,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, and he was complaining that is not a love song. It's a song about a stalker,
Yeah. Right.
right? And like people have totally ruined it because they've totally taken it out of context. And I remember listening
Great
to
fucking song.
yeah, right. You're welcome, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, shit, dude. So, and I remember listening to Vedder when Pearl Jam came out. This is not right off the bat, but probably in the first year or so. Maybe when Jeremy, so maybe it was around Jeremy because that was such a kind of a wild, like with the video and everything, was a wild deal. But
Like polarizing.
yeah,
And also it exploded them even
yeah,
more so than
right.
that album itself already
got him
had.
into the realm of like politics or whatever.
Yeah.
But before that, I remember a interview where Vedder said, like they were asking him about like the meaning of a song. I don't remember what song it was, and he basically paraphrased, and he was like, "Man, I'm not. I know what it means for me, and that's where I'm leaving it. I'm not telling you what it means for you, right? So like, I listen to so much music where I know that I'm very aware that I'm taking just the parts and the pieces that I want to, and of the lyrics,
Subconsciously.
yeah, or consciously too. Like I think like why is it that when you listen to a song that you don't know all the lyrics to, there's that one line that you go like you're riding along, you're talking with somebody, you're cruising along, the song's on, you're like, and then that part comes, and as you're talking, you go, blah, 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 and you keep talking. Like, why does that line resonate with you, right? It doesn't, I mean...
There's a relate to moment in,
right.
in whatever, it might not be the exact same, but on some kind of macro level, like the author or the vocalist of that song experienced something
Right.
that triggered a similar, not that the experience was, but the feeling.
Right. The emotion.
And typically they're kind of in tandem, like the experience, like, heartbreak, and then this is how you felt, or
Right.
rejection, or feeling stupid, or left out, or
Right.
picked on, or, I mean, there's 1,000 things, but like it's like a certainty that needs no evidence and needs no litmus test. It's
Right.
like, to the very heart of your core that there's some wavelength of similarity in the experiences,
Right.
and you latch onto it.
Right. And the cool thing is that there's no rules.
Right, except for that that there's that similarity. Like that's
Right.
it. That's
yeah.
it.
But if you can get away from that, it's a wide open space, right?
For sure.
You can just kind of appropriate, lyrics and parts of songs as you want. And there's, so I thought it was funny. I was like, man, you don't want to tell anybody. I wouldn't want to tell anybody something's about. It's like, what is it about for you? It's like art, right? I mean, you look at a piece of art, you hate it,
Yeah.
I love it. I hate it, you
Yeah.
love it. It's the same thing we're looking at. So,
Right.
you
ever heard of Martin Sexton?
I don't know.
He's a singer-songwriter that like really kind of
Was there another Sexton? What years was he?
late 90s. I mean, he's still around.
So yeah, I've heard of him.
He kind of cropped up in the singer-songwriter circle in the late 90s.
It's alternative kind of rock or
No, it's a singer-songwriter.
Okay.
And I think he put out a record called Black Sheep, and then it got enough, eyebrow raises that maybe a label gave him some money, and he put out one called The American, and there might have been a couple of tracks that appeared on both, slightly different version. Anyway,
Sure.
and then he's done some stuff since then, but that was kind of it. Like,
Right.
but those two records are so fucking, especially The American. I
Really?
mean, so fucking amazing and beautiful.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to. Check
Oh
him
my
out.
God, I had goosebumps. There's one where he talks about kind of running into this, just this kind of drifter who's just, I mean, been through it.
In a bad way.
And now he's really just trying to physically be in a place that isn't saying you can't be here.
Right.
Like he gets kind of shuffled along and kicked out of town.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
he does this, his voice, he does that character's voice and the
Okay.
sound. And I don't like the way I am. I can change the way I am. And
Right.
at the end of it, he says, he plays this little number on the squeeze box, and Martin Sexton does it with his voice, and it's high pitched. Like I can't
Really?
get there. You're just like, where's the soul pan? I have a blanket and a sandwich, and it's warm, and my dog will sit at his feet, and like it's.
Yeah.
But he's got another song about being on the road and trying to make it as an artist, and just living in his car and doing a lot of this, and partying and sleep. And there's a line.
You were rolling dice, is that?
Yeah, rolling dice. And he's got this line. The song is either called "The Beast." I think it's called "The Beast in Me," but he says the phrase "the best in me" and "the beast in me." He's kind of going back and forth, and right as he kind of launches into the vocal acme of the song.
Sure.
And again, it's a high note. I can't hit it.
Right.
But he goes, swear by... No. Swear that in the picks and pans of People magazine. And my mom used to... That was like her... She would sort of watch the news.
Yeah.
But it was really Dallas and Dynasty and Falcon Crest and whatever sitcoms we would watch.
People Magazine was
People Magazine was it. And
the
I consumed it.
Yeah.
I was like, this is an outlet to the world.
Well, you could see Suzanne Summers in a bathing suit.
Picks and Pans was a little column. And I was like, hi, Martin. And it's like...
Was that before or after the Playboy subscription?
Before.
There you go. See, that's one of the things that led up to it.
Point being, like, we both have a Picks and Pans experience, and his is totally different, and mine is whatever it was, but they're connected.
Right. Exactly.
And so nobody gets to tell me otherwise on that. I mean,
I've heard it said as in it's like multiple balls of yarn that you just were like, just clean this shit up and you just roll them all up, and it's all right there.
And then somebody's like, "Oh no, okay, so trying to jog my memory and bring this ball of yarn back to so the record that stood out for you was you just told me like
the first Rage Against the Machine.
No. Anyway.
Oh, you mean like when I was yeah.
We both get an F.
Right.
But
I have a feeling for you, F's not what you got much in school.
I got some F's.
Did you?
I got an man. Our
Toys in the Attic.
Toys in the
Sorry.
A plus. A plus.
Yeah, but F's.
I got an F. Senior Deering, senior year.
Okay.
Larry Deering. He had one lung.
Really?
Senor Damm,
Still had him to give you
you're out there in the Parcamiento fumando cigarrillos. But he gave me an F because
You earned it?
I skipped a lot. A lot.
What class?
Spanish 4.
Okay.
Senior year.
Wow. You can see you now.
Huh? Yeah. But I got some Fs in college.
Yeah.
I got an F in Indian Arts and Crafts.
Didn't go.
Didn't turn in shit, and there was.
Would have been better if you gave it your all, and she was like, "You're
terrible." I retook it and got like a C or a D. It was just like, oh my god.
You retook it?
I retook it. Yeah, I didn't.
It wasn't bowling or something like you had no. That was like the options.
Strangely, we had to have 2 PE requirements to get our degree, and I dropped my PE class like 5 semesters in a row. Because I would sign up for like 15 or 18 credit hours, and I was working 40 hours a week.
Right.
Not
gonna happen.
Yeah, but I'm trying to like, you just gotta like do this dumb fucking thing that doesn't matter at all. For me, it was I have to finish college in 4 years, especially because I took a year off after freshman year.
Okay.
So I'm not counting that. Because I literally was spending the year trying to establish residency in the state of Colorado so that I could get in-state tuition.
I gotcha.
But then I did 3 years, and I'm borrowing the max, which is a whole other thing. But I did 4 years with 2 or 3 like hard, heavy summer sessions.
Wow.
Because my college was a trimester, so there were 3 different summer sessions, and you could just really. The classes were condensed and very heavy. I mean, I'm still working 40 hours a week, so it was almost worse. But I got 4 years. It's so dumb. But I took Indian Arts and Crafts again because I didn't want to have that F, and I got like a C or a D, and I was like, fucking jeez. Anyway, I kept having to drop. Like I signed up for rock climbing, like maybe freshman or first semester at that college, and was like, oh yeah, I forgot how much I fucking hate rock climbing because I did a lot of it in my year off.
Right.
And it was like, oh, this is my thing until I got stuck. I got stuck on a pretty easy climb, and I got like sewing machine leg.
Right.
And then I got stuck on a legit climb, like near the top, and I was like,
froze.
There isn't a way. There ended up being a way, but I was like, anyway, so I moved to this town, and now I'm in this call. I'm like, rock climbing. And we like go out, and I'm like, oh yeah, I fucking forgot that I hate rock climbing.
So was that like getting stuck at the high point? I mean, did that have any bearing on the rest of your life at all?
Probably.
I mean, do you feel like
if it's not tied in some way to the different flavors of anxiety that I carry around, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
So then I signed up for kayaking, and it was in the pool at the gym, and it was like 8 a.m. I'm 5 nights a week closing a restaurant and then going out with everyone.
Wow. Right. Yeah.
And I live 25 minutes outside of town.
Is that the flip, and you got to flip yourself back over kayaking?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up for it.
Right.
Basketball, same thing. I was like, this will be better because it won't be cold, but it was still 8 a.m.
Right.
Yeah, drop.
What were you like doing? What was that's crazy. Like,
I mean, I'm trying to like get out.
18 hours, there's no time for anything.
No, I think I think I tried 18 once, and then I tried 15
Like
once,
14
and
or
barely, and then 12.
yeah,
12 was like okay.
yep.
Camping, the whole class. You have to go on one weekend camp out. That is literally the whole class, and maybe you turn in a. And I forgot to request off from work, and it was like coming up, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" And I tried to get.
Right.
I'm running the broiler 4 to close, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night.
Wow.
Try to get those 3 shifts covered the week of.
Oh yeah.
So I had to drop that, and then I signed up again and managed to
do it.
Yeah, I fly fishing. I'm telling you, every semester in college.
You kind of know how to do a lot of things. I didn't last one semester in college. I got kicked out.
Oh wow! Like as a freshman?
Uh-huh.
Oh wow! Kicked out?
Like
As at an in-state school that has to take you?
yeah, state Missouri. It was back then. It was Missouri Southern State College. Now it's Missouri
Not
Southern.
Springfield.
No, Joplin.
Oh okay.
Yeah. So yeah, they said you got to go. You got to move out of the dorms. So this is so funny. I lived in Joplin. So Joplin's 50,000 people, right?
Okay.
And it's kind of spread out, you know. It's like a big Olathe.
Yeah.
Not like old Olathe. It's like a big old Olathe.
Well, you know where I was for freshman year.
Yeah, you were Pitt State.
Yep.
Yeah.
Weekend
Yeah.
trips, Joplin Mall.
Right. There you go. So you know Joplin.
Shoplifting.
Yes, you know where Missouri Southern was at, right?
Yeah.
So we lived on the other side of town. I graduated high school, and I started freshman at Missouri Southern, living in the dorms
Just because it was.
because it wasn't home.
Yeah. Yep.
Just I got to got to get the F out. Yeah. So this dude Mark Purinton was his name. Was from Lamar, Missouri. His family owned the Lamar John Deere. I don't remember what they called that, but like the
Dealership.
kind of thing. Man, I was weak and he was a bad influence, and we drank a lot of vodka.
Okay.
I didn't go to any classes. I don't know if I ever went to a class. I can't remember if
That's why you got to get the F out.
Yeah, my dad's like, "Hey, I got this thing from the school." I'm like, "Yeah." I wasn't even like smart enough to be like worried. I was like, "Yeah." Like, "What's up?" He's like, "Well, you're not in college anymore." I'm like, "Huh?" And he goes, "Because I'm not paying because you don't go. You've got like all Fs and yeah." So that was my little. It was fun. It was a good little few month run. And then the whole girlfriend did me wrong. I hate this town. There's the military pulled in, literally pulled in off the road across the street from the mall.
Okay.
Literally like pulled in, walked in, signed up, left, went home and said, "Hey, I leave for boot camp in 2 weeks for the Navy." Yeah. My dad.
And they were like, "Okay."
My dad was like, "What? That'd be good for you." Yeah.
Back to his paper.
It took him a long time to come around.
Oh, wow.
When I was AWOL, he was like on my shit about being AWOL. I'm like, dude, like, I fucking hate it, and it's stupid, and there's no point of me being there and wasting another year of my life there. So I'm not doing it. And then eventually, which he always normally did, we had a contentious relationship at best, but he did always seem to come around at the end of the thing, like, "You fuck with my kid, you
Sure.
fuck with me," right? I remember being in Poplar Bluff, Missouri, living in Poplar Bluff, Missouri, and I was probably in 7th, 8th grade, something, I don't know, and walking out of the skating rink with him and my mom's brother, my Uncle Jack, and this kid, he didn't see me. I was walking back a little ways, and he kind of was like, he mocked my dad. Like my dad walked by, he was like, and my dad was wasn't a fat guy, but he was a bigger dude. Kind of like that. Back in those days, people didn't really work out as much as they do these days, right? So he was like skinny fat or whatever you call it. So, and I fucking just took I had a huge, like a big gulp, and I just went whoosh, and I just started jumped on the kid. My dad's like, "What the fuck is going on?" He's like, "You can't fight." I'm like, "Well, he was being a dick." He's like, "You can't fight everybody, man. You can't I didn't even see him. I'm like, well, I did, so. But just he always tended. There was some kind of a weird molecular level loyalty, genetic level of loyalty in there.
Both ways.
Yeah, yeah,
Interesting.
right, yeah. And I knew his parents. They were my grandparents.
Yeah.
So like some kids, you're like, man, you feel sorry for the kid. Like you're like, man, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Right? You're not starting out with a lot of privilege.
Yeah.
So my dad didn't either, and like a lot of our parents didn't. So
So
now that I'm older, I'm like, I give him a little credit
Yeah.
for like, you're a product of your environment. And
So you have this memory, or one memory, of multiple, I would assume, of the fishing and the trolling with mom's parents.
yeah,
Do you have memories of dad's parents, or are they?
of like hating every minute of having to go there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were just. I mean, my grandma Osa Damm and Russell, Grandpa Russell and Grandma Osa. Osa died years after Russell did, but they lived in a trailer.
Apples and trees.
Yeah, last time I drove through there, the trailer's still there.
Damn.
In Cuba, like you can see it from the highway.
Wow.
It was a trailer park just off the highway. You get off the exit ramp, and it was just right there. Like it was,
That is a trip, dude.
wooded area though. It was almost like a campsite, kind of like,
Sure.
I mean, but yeah, but they just always argued, man.
But between the two of them.
Yeah, they just were. My grandma loved Braunschweiger, like
Oh God.
spreadable,
Yeah.
spreadable.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah,
I don't know.
like poor man's pate.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it just was everything about going to their place. I mean, literally, we would be like, why do we have to go? Let's just keep going to Grandma and Grandpa Lavelle's house. My mom's maiden name, Lavelle Sullivan. Let's go to their house. I had a horse. I had a quarter horse named Flipper. I used to ride the horse.
Nice.
They had a great pond. We used to gig for frogs, and like it was just that was my aunt and uncle lived out in the country, and my cousins, three girls, and we go to their house and run around and do crazy shit out in the
Sure.
woods, and
Yeah.
so yeah. But going to Grandma and Grandpa Damm's house, it was just like penance, man. I was like, God, why do I got to do this?
And probably your dad is probably like, come on, like, it's your grandparents and my parents. And inside he's probably like, I don't want to go here.
Yeah, I don't know. We even got that. Like, I think it was either silence or I'm with you. I agree, but we got to do it.
Damn.
Yeah, it just sucked. Now it's funny that my grandma, I don't remember what she died from, but when she got older, after my grandpa was gone and she aged, she lived another 15, 20 years after him or something. So, like he probably died when he was 60 and she died when she was 80 or something. And
She lighten up a little
she
bit.
warmed up a lot.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Cool.
I remember going to visit her in the hospital, and yeah, I mean that's the do-over I would love to have, is to be aware of what's going on, because when you're in it, like when my mom was dying of cancer, you're not in it. I mean, you're so in it you don't, you're playing a role.
Yeah.
So you're not sitting back watching it happen, right?
No.
So like I would love to, go back and ask some questions and have some interactions that I didn't even think about.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, editing these,
Right.
I get to. I mean, I have to do some things,
Sure.
but I'm watching it,
Right.
and I'll catch myself ask the same question that I've already like fifth. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Or, laugh at something that I missed, or
Right.
It's what like I'm
It's
not.
It's kind of tough, right? It's kind of. I mean, like personally, you're like.
Well, all of the seeing of myself and hearing of myself is tough.
Oh yeah.
And like one of the happiest moments is when I get to cut my camera and pan to you, because get that fucking face.
When it's not on you.
Yeah. But sort of the same thing. It's like I'm looking down on the thing,
Right.
like out of body experience sort
Yeah.
of thing, and yeah, to go back and be like, oh, like you're this way probably because it generates the least amount of friction of all the options available to you,
Right.
or whatever the case may be. You don't fucking know.
It all stacks up.
Yeah,
Right? I
man.
mean, like it all just. It's like it just, like it. it just stacks up. Like I was at Prospero's I told you about.
Yeah, yeah.
And in the basement they've got like this stack of books.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got there's actual a rod right that runs through them, but you can't, if you don't look close, you don't notice. And it looks like it's leaning, like it's going to fall. Like, and to me, that's like what you're talking about. Like they just everything just kind of stacks up,
Mm-hmm.
your relationships and your
Yeah.
emotions and your experiences. And they're not level, and they're about to fall over all the time. And, I mean, like, we recorded, so I was in a band and we recorded at Mercy Studios, which was in Lawrence above the Bottleneck.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if it's still there or not. So we recorded back in. So I met Kelly in '94. So '93,
Okay.
'94 maybe. And so there's like one of the songs that, like we wrote collectively, right?
Cool.
Yeah. So we wrote collectively, but every once in a while, somebody'd bring like an idea that was kind of their idea.
Sure.
So I did all lead vocals and I did rhythm guitar. So I was always writing lyrics, right, all the time. I mean, I had a pad of paper by my bed. I'd wake up in the middle of the night. I mean, that was what I wanted to do, right?
When 8 Mile came out, you're like,
right. Okay.
20 years ago, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
B Rabbit, that's what you're going with? All
right, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so, and there was, so we recorded an album there. I found a box full of cassettes.
Oh, you texted me that for sure.
Yeah. So
I
bought a cassette player that records to a USB.
Wow.
From what's that? Sharper Image.
No, yeah. Is that still around?
Yeah.
Damn.
Still a thing. Yeah. So
with the fucking
massage chair. See, that's what we both go to, right? I told Kelly, I'm like, I want one.
Well, they used to put them out at the edge of the store at the mall and
suck you in.
Yeah.
Man.
And they're like, oh my God.
Exactly.
I thought the chair was cool. And then you go in, you're like, I want one of each. Oh, the cheapest thing in here is $10,000.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, how does that thing keep moving back and forth in the waves? How does it never stop?
Yeah.
But it was
Sharper Image.
Right.
Shout out.
Exactly right. There you go. Send a check to me. I'll give you my address.
Right.
But yeah, it was so. Yeah, so I've got a couple that I brought to the group. Right.
Cool.
So, and one of them was called Sister, and it was just about my mom's death, right, and my sister, and so it. But it's really cool though. It's not sappy or whatever.
I want to fucking hear it.
Yeah, I'll get you.
Cool.
I'm taking it. I'm trying to find a place if anybody knows that can digitize. I've got some VHS tapes, some 8mm family stuff, and some cassettes. But that was. That's what it was all about. Was just I think it's like.
So you bring that to the band, and they're like, let's figure out.
It's really weird, man. So like it's an A minor, right? So I start playing it's just a little. It's almost like a. What's the Red Rover? It's like a whatever they call those. It's just a little rotation, and it's so funny. So I. My mom died in '90. I probably started playing music in '91, maybe. I played music. I played in church when I was a kid. I remember the story. I don't even know if it's true, but the story my dad's told it a million times to everybody about going to the Joplin Mall, and there used to be a big piano store in the Joplin Mall at the main entrance.
Yeah,
like big pianos.
I feel like I remember seeing that.
And we're like around the corner at like the Rent-A-Center paying for our TV rental for the month or whatever we're doing. He's like, "Don't fucking move, right? Just stay here." And so I don't. I leave, right? That's like forever. That's like I'm like, that because you said that I'm leaving. Like, are you catching on to the pattern? No, not really. And so he finds me in the piano store playing a piano, and I'd never taken any lessons or anything. So I'm just plucking away, and people are standing around like, and he's like, grabs me. "Where'd you learn to play the piano?" I'm like, "Well, we have that piano in the living room." And like, did he repossess? So
oh yeah,
yeah. So it's like so then like Mr. Dale was my third grade or probably my fifth grade middle school teacher that got me playing in church because I went to Catholic school. So I'd play it during the week
Sure.
and on the weekends, guitar. So then when my mom died, so I was working at a dynamite plant at that time, like in Carthage, Missouri, called Irico. Right, it exploded back in '66. It was, I
Wait,
was,
what? Time out. What?
it was.
You were
It's,
actually working
oh
at a
yeah,
dynamite plant,
yeah.
and
Me
then
and
it later exploded. The whole thing.
it exploded before. It exploded the year I was born. So you
Okay.
can look it up. Irico. It's there's like black and whites of the rubble, but and I guess I
Wow.
redid it. But yeah, there was I can't remember the guys. There was a guy named Shawn Anderson, and
Okay.
I can't remember Jim's last name. Yeah, so there were like three. It was called number one, number two, and number three gel, GEL. So you were running sticks of dynamite. So there was a machine with a. So they had these like big like square. Everything was wood and nylon, right? There was no metal anywhere. So the shovel was like almost like just like a almost like a beefed up pizza paddle or
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it took three guys to run it, right? So one guy would scoop, and you try to scoop almost like just like rectangular 2 inch thick like slices, and you'd flop them on this belt. It
Of
would go up.
dynamite.
Yeah, it was yeah. You'd wear gloves. If you got it on you, you'd get fucking massive headaches because it was nitroglycerin, and it would go up and it would dump into an auger. So one guy's shoveling, one guy's taking four empty shells, hitting them on the nipple deal and pushing this button, and this like a deal like this comes and goes and it pushes up, and when they connect they go and they shoot down in, and then he chucks them onto this deal, they roll down, and this machine crimps the other end and then pops them up into a box, and so one guy's scooping, one guy's running.
Sounds horribly
It was
dangerous.
so much fun, dude.
Was it?
Oh my god, man! It was just like we were like, we took pride in being. So the thing about it was you tried to run them out of jelly. That's what we called it, gel.
Hmm.
So you tried to run it so fast that they couldn't keep up, bringing you because everything's brought to you on a railway.
Yeah.
So the third guy's taking the dynamite, straighten them out. You flip the plastic that way, this way. You flip the box over, flip it over with a quick thing of plastic, and you roll it down this thing, and it goes to where a railroad car's at. So he's got to do that, and he's got to load, right? And then you rotate. We just rotate. So we'd run them out as fast as we could, run up the hill, sit back in the woods. We were the shift from like 10 to 5 a.m., 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Graveyard.
Right. So you run them out of gel. We'd all jump in his shitty old Ford pickup, park back in the woods, smoke a J, just chill out, and then whenever they radio us, hey, you guys are back in.
Where are you guys?
Back in.
Oh, you ready?
No, they didn't. They didn't. There was no like, where are you? They
Oh.
knew. They knew. They knew what was going on. There's a reason you worked the night shift, right? Yeah. So.
Hey, you guys all right?
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Just
I don't know
checking.
where I'm going with that, but yeah. I can't remember.
Irica is the name of this plant. Irico.
Yeah. Now it's called I think called Dino, DYNO.
But
maybe.
it exploded, and there's black and whites of the rubble, and then you're working there. Your mom died, and you brought a song called "Sister" to the band.
Yeah, I don't remember the order of all that stuff, but I do remember that when I was working there, I had a little 4-door Audi.
Ooh,
Um,
you and your cars, man.
I could look it up, and it was a 5-speed. It had a great stereo system, and what I listened to all of the fucking time, all the time. It was like the only. I don't know how long, a year. I don't know how long I listened to nothing but Too Short.
Dude.
Life, that's all the time, dude. I mean, constantly.
Like one night
Oh my god.
came to your house.
Okay, motherfucker.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
So you motherfuckers thought I was going to change my style.
That's that,
So what are you
style.
saying, Todd? Saying, Todd.
Exactly. Right.
Dude, in 2014, I went to a studio
Mm-hmm.
and paid for time
Oh yeah.
and recorded a rap about
Really?
the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team in Sochi,
Uh-huh.
about how it was time for them to win gold to the beat of In the Ghetto.
The Ghetto.
The Ghetto, sorry. The
Dude,
Ghetto.
there's no way you just said that. That is, I tell you what, man. I don't know that I. When was the Ghetto released? You know when it was released?
89.
That long ago?
Maybe I was gonna say maybe 86 or 87.
But that was like well after like. I mean, that wasn't his first release, right?
No.
Because that is one
of Cuss Words is the one that I was like, wait, what?
Man, the Ghetto.
Blowjob bed, yeah.
The Ghetto is got to be. If I can fit it in, it would be one of my top 10 all-time favorite songs.
Absolutely.
I love
and
it.
so
It's
I went. The guy's name is Industry Sound.
In the Ghetto is Elvis.
Yeah, you're
Elvis shit, right?
It's way sadder.
Because I thought it was like, wow, this
way
is awesome.
sadder.
I'm like, oh, this isn't the right shit.
No.
I think I played it at the Polka Dot Lounge one night, thinking it was the same thing. I was like, nah, I gotta look a little bit further.
Refund. But I mean, I wrote this thing.
The Ghetto.
Right there. I used to have a desktop computer on that desk, and I wrote out, and that is it's not a fucking short song.
No.
It's like right at the 5-minute mark.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so
you rap to that
and all the lyrics are about the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team and how.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and so and I was like, cool. I know this dude. I'm gonna pay him for some time, and I'm gonna go record this song.
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna put it on my blog and whatever. I don't give a shit what happens after that. What I didn't realize is that I was not going to even come close to nailing it in one take. Oh my God!
Right.
I'm telling you, like. 6, 7, maybe 8 takes.
Which that's like just getting started.
At 5 minutes a pop, and it's just him and I.
Right.
So he's sitting there.
It's just a track and a vocal track.
Yeah, but I either sound like a moron or I flub one of my own lyrics or whatever. And he would.
What? 14.
14. Yeah.
So did you have like a backing track you could practice to before, or did you have to just practice your lyrics over the top of the real song?
Yeah.
With him?
No. Like
without vocals, like the track without vocals.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to tune out the actual vocals. But I mean, I've got it cranked in here.
Right.
And it always sounds, when it's loud in here and you're singing as loud as whatever level you're
right.
You're like, dude, I got a fucking good voice. And then you like turn down the song. And,
whenever they drop the music, and
or you're like, all right, let's do one without and I'm just gonna sing it a cappella, and it's just like, I hope nobody ever hears me sing because I fucking sound like garbage. Anyway, I did all these practice runs, and then I go in there. And I like fuck something up, and I'm off here, and then
you go alone, no friends, nothing.
100%. It's literally only the two of us in the building.
Where'd you do this at?
At this guy's studio called Industry Sounds, I think it's in Lee Summit.
Okay.
So Mike Bailey's his name. Anyway, and he takes 3 and 4. He'd be like, you wanna do another? And then after that, it's all just poker face. Like, you want to do it again? Like, like, I don't give a fuck that you're paying me.
Right.
This is brutal to listen to this white boy.
That's hard, man.
So I finally we landed. I was like, oh, that's it, and I got it on a CD or where I left, and came home, and I went to where I was working. And I was like, yeah, check this out, and everybody's like, we're busy, not now. I was like, fuck. Right. So I came home and wrote a blog post about the experience and plugged it in as a SoundCloud bar at the bottom, and it lived there for a little while.
Right.
And then I moved on to the next thing I was writing about, and by the way, that team didn't win gold. They didn't.
Bunch of losers,
dude. Like almost every other team not affiliated with Lake Placid, New York in 1980.
Right.
It's fucking hardcore disappointment.
Right.
And then I remember
$500 on the.
It was pretty cheap, but but I mean, I was chefing and I was a brand new dad, and looking to upgrade to a new house and have a second kid. That pocket of time,
Right.
and that little bit of money, you know, separated as entities all by themselves, the
Right.
time and the money,
Yeah.
no big deal, but plug them into where they belong, and it's like, what are you doing, man? Like,
Right.
fucking living room needs to be vacuumed, and we need groceries, and the baby won't stop crying.
Right.
And I'm over there. So anyway, like I move on to the next thing, and however much time passes, and I was like, oh yeah, I fucking want to revisit that, and I go back, and the sound set by that point, SoundCloud had realized, hey man, you can't do that.
Right.
That's Too Shorts in the Ghetto.
Right.
Like,
That's a little copyright.
erase, just
Right.
gone. So
Right.
it just lives on this CD wherever. I don't even know where that is, but like, cool project, man.
Man, I just gotta hope that someday Too Short got to hear that. I mean,
Too Short,
your lyrics.
like, fuck.
Yeah, you have it. So you have a copy of that. I know you do, right?
On CD somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere. But it's like, here's the problem is that it like lived in whatever car I was driving at the time, and probably, well, I don't know if you have this problem being the car connoisseur that you are, but whenever I get a new car, I'm like, oh fuck, like empty out the contents of the current car into a milk crate or a fucking plastic bag from
Right.
Price Chopper.
Right.
And then who knows where that winds up.
Oh yeah. Right.
Like the contents of the former car, they don't
Yeah.
just immediately go right into the new car.
No.
As this goes here, and it's
No.
all ooh new.
It takes
car.
a little while before it kind of creeps its way back in.
Yeah.
Next thing you know.
But that shit, and obviously, the music piece is a sample. Like Too Short took that from somebody
Sure.
else, but it is so clean and so crisp, and he just his style, man.
Mm-hmm. And those
And-
background
and-
guys and the singers, the background guys,
Talking
kinda
about
got
the
that.
ghetto.
Yeah, and it's kind of got just the right amount of gospel
Yeah,
and resonance,
yeah.
and
And-
their vibrato is just so tight. And
He, whoever came up with the phrase of zero fucks given, or we're about 3 decades behind Too Short, not saying it, but actually doing it.
Being
and
it, right.
Yeah, like
right, yeah,
axial wife, Nancy Reagan. I know she spit that game. Like,
that's exactly right.
wait, what? Are you talking about
Exactly.
Nancy Reagan giving
Right.
you a beach?
Like, was that I don't know a lot of history of hip hop and rap, honestly, but my son listens to a lot of Kendrick Lamar. He's turning me on to Kendrick Lamar.
Sure.
J. Cole, right?
Yeah.
Some stuff like that. That's my youngest son. And I've turned him on to a ton of stuff. It's like with my kids, we've I've created this playlist between all of our Spotify accounts where whenever now it's playing music from all 4 of our libraries.
Cool.
And whenever something comes up that's cool, I just tag it. And so like when we're hanging out, like whenever we're all 4 together and we got the band back together, it's just the 4 of us, we just kick that playlist on, and every song we're going to like.
Yeah. Nice.
It's one
Love
of our
it.
songs.
Love
And
it.
because it's one of our songs, we're like Bob Moses is some stuff my son's into, and so.
I mean, I mean, like, I saw a meme not too long ago where, I've used it in the group me before, where it's like a puppet, and he's got like a red shirt on, and it's like,
You're right.
whatever. I don't know what that's from, but
I don't either.
It's so great.
Yeah.
But I remember. So the meme that I saw was somebody made a post, and it was like when he starts posting pictures of him and the kids, and she starts posting selfies,
Yeah.
and you're like, what's going on in that household? This girl who introduced me to Too Short, she was a year older than me in high school, and we could go out for lunch.
Okay.
And that
Open
when
campus.
we were seniors, that was the final year of that. And I mean, we could wear ball caps.
So the year you left, afterwards they locked it all down.
Yep. And also, I just happened to be buddies with a dude that had an older brother as a freshman. We were freshmen, and he was like a junior. So we could jump in their car and go out to lunch. After freshman year, they're like, you can't go off campus if you have to be a sophomore. So I was like,
So every year,
I was just escaping.
my birthday was the same way for the state of Kansas liquor law. So
Nice.
it was 18. Joplin is 7 miles from the Kansas state line, and then there's Galena. Galena, Kansas, hands down the worst town in the country. So if you're from Galena, you didn't get to choose to be from Galena, but you should try to cut that shit loose. So June 1st was the date every year. So they graduated it. It was 18. Then June 1st it was 19. Next year June 1st it was 20. Next year was June 1st was 21. My birthday was May 6th. So like in May 6th I turned 19. And then it was 19. Like I was like right at it. So. And that was
nice
3-2 beer, right?
Well, I don't know how, but I somehow was introduced to a girl named Amy Crane, who was so freaking gorgeous.
Right.
And recently, and maybe longer than I'm aware of, but like she's got a kid and there's no, right. And I think she was maybe in Texas and now she's back. I don't know. But anyway, I feel like she had.
No going back, you mean? Like there's no, like it's, like your recollection is, or your reality of that is based off of all the past. Is that what you were saying?
What do you mean?
Well, like when you said there was no, like she had a kid, she was in Texas.
Well, so I'm talking social media.
Okay.
Like she existed in this portion of the country, and then it feels like, and maybe I could be misremembering, but nowadays I see pictures of just her and the kid.
Right.
And maybe now she lives here again. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but she's still gorgeous.
Yeah. Right.
And somehow I wound up in her good graces, and she was 1 or 2 years older, and we were all funneling out after fifth hour to go to lunch.
Right.
She's like, "Get in with me, man." And then she had like I could be wrong here, but I feel like she had a Caprice Classic convertible.
Oh, yeah. And
I hop in, and "Don't Fight the Feeling" is what she plays, and it starts off, "Say ho, say ho."
Right.
"Oh, do you want me to talk to you like that? You like to
so
fuck?"
Is that like
fuck,
your introduction? Like
100%. "Oh, will you like to make love? Saw you walking down the street, and I had to stop, turn up the radio." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And by the way, I'm in the tail end of this like horrible window of 7th to like 9th or 10th grade where the style was boxer shorts and Umbros. And I'm just like pitching 57 tenths a day, and there's no way to hide them.
Right.
At all. I mean, I talked about this a bunch of times. There were so many days, so many times where like a class would get out, and I'm like,
not getting out.
Well, I would have to pull the waistband out,
right,
flip it up, and press it, and then and t-shirt down.
Right.
So I'm good as long as my t-shirt doesn't come up.
Right.
Then hey.
Public school, right?
Yeah. So we're rolling to McDonald's in Corinth or wherever, and she's like, I remember the line. She's she's driving, but she's looking at me, and she's got sunglasses on, the top's down. I'm like, what the fuck are we listening to? This is badass. And she goes, "Reach right over and rub your leg." And she rubbed my thigh, and I was like, "Thanks for giving me a boner that's going to be with me till Sunday." Holy shit.
Right, how am I going to get back into 6th hour?
Yeah. And
sneak this thing in.
I was just exploding in so many different ways.
Right.
But I definitely was like, I'm going to have to fucking check this Too Short guy out.
Right.
And I had a window where I was like, I had 3 or 4 records in a row, and I was like, these are all really good. And then I went somewhere else. Right. And then all these years went by, and I was like, wait, Too Short's still putting out records? Right. And I like looked it up, and it's like he's got 27 albums or something like that. And I went to one that was kind of recent and just hit play on a random track, and it was kind of dope. And I was like, get the fuck out of here.
No way.
Todd Shaw is still just crushing it. Like,
that's funny.
Love Too Short.
Yeah, me too.
I don't have any idea how we landed on Too Short, and that's.
I think it was the dynamite plant in the car.
Oh yeah.
That
exactly.
was so from Joplin there was this little 2-lane road that you would take back to Carthage, but behind Carthage, kind of in the country, and it was it's like it was where a dynamite plant would be, like away from everything, right? It's kind of back in the woods. I love that job. It was the first job I made real money. I think I made like $500 a week. And that was huge money. That was like in
And you're like, ain't touching 50%
right,
of this Navy.
right. That was 80. That was like 80. Right. That was the year after the Navy, 88. So I joined I left for boot camp on like October the 12th, 86, and they kicked me out on October the 13th or something of 88. Which is a funny story. So when they kick you out, so I don't know if it. I mean, I don't know. I've never talked to anybody else about getting kicked out, but so they so you have a duffel bag with all your personal stuff, all your clothes. So I was in jail, locked up for 45 days. So I was like, they had all my shit. Like you get to jail and they give you like a uniform, right? I mean that's what you wear. Um, but so when my time was up and I was getting out, so you get cleaned up and you get in your dress whites, right? So your white pants, white shirt, your black little tie thing, and your little sailor hat,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
right? And so I get in the van. They drive me out of the jail. They take me to this bridge where you enter the base, um, and like halfway across the bridge is like kind of the base, like the boundary. He gets just past the base. It's just me and this guy. He gets past the base. He goes, "This is where I drop you off, man. And I need those. And I need those whites back." I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, you can't take those with you. That's government property." So I get out on the bridge. I take my pants
Get
off,
the fuck out
my
of
shirt
here.
off. I got boxers, like old school boxers. Like the old days, there were no tight boxer briefs, right?
Right.
There was the loose boxers. Hopefully, you had a button, and a t-shirt. So you take that. So I take that off. I'm like, there you go, man. Fuck off. And he hangs a U and goes back on the base. And
Wait, but do you have a bag
I've got my duffel bag with all my personal stuff.
which has clothes in it?
Yeah, it's closing it. And I just, I walk up to, the stoplight and there's a 7-Eleven. I go across the 7-Eleven. I get a payphone and call my girlfriend. And she lives like in Isle of Palms, South Carolina. It's like kind of a touristy area.
You have put clothes on?
And then I get dressed. She comes picks me up. I get dressed. And yeah, so
You walked all the way to the payphone just in your boxers?
well, yeah, boxers and t-shirts. They're shorts. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
who cares? I was pretty confident back then anyway because that was like, the Navy was where I started really like training, like
Oh,
weight
yeah,
training
yeah.
and all that kind of shit. So, but yeah, yeah. So it was just funny that they don't school you like what to expect whenever you get kicked out. So he pulled up. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, those are. Can't take those with you. I'm like, well, why am I wearing them? Why didn't you just have me put my civilian clothes on?
Yeah.
But it's just weird,
To say the least.
But
Um,
yeah,
so when I hit you up about the possibility of doing this,
Uh-huh.
there wasn't, if I recall correctly, there wasn't a ton of hesitation. I feel like you pondered it for a second, and then you were like, Rage Against the Machine.
right. Yeah.
And to me, I'm like, man, Rage Against the Machine was sort of this nebulous that, like, no idea. I know that shit's like Horde Fest and Lollapalooza and everything's kind of exploding.
Sure.
And they just kind of like moved in like a cloud, like a storm cloud that the meteorologists it didn't land on their Doppler.
They didn't expect it.
And then it was like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
And then
That's a really good
they were just
description.
then the land was just wet.
Right.
And like I never was able to pick up the pieces and figure out did they put out a second album, a third album, like where have they been?
Right.
So like when and how they landed on my radar is pretty fuzzy, but I would imagine not so much for you.
I'm trying to remember. So that had to be, 91, roughly. I mean, I didn't really look at it.
It is 91.
Is it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, because
Self-titled.
yeah. So I was living in Joplin. I mean, I probably lived in 6 or 8 places in Joplin in a matter of a couple years. I mean, I was always moving around, At this time, I was living. This house had caught on fire, and 20th and Bird Street. So it was on Bird Street, like just off of Bird, just north. And this house, it was like in Joplin, it's like probably a lot of parts of maybe even Kansas City where they take houses and turn them into apartments, right?
Mm-hmm.
They kind of chop them up a
Mm-hmm.
little bit. So this house had caught on fire. They redid it, and me and this girl, I think. So I don't really remember. It's kind of funny. I was married before, right? So
Wait, what?
I've been married twice.
No way.
Yeah. So I married. So this girl that moved to South Carolina with me.
Wait, who did you call when you had to with your T-shirt and your boxers? Was that the girl you ended up marrying?
That was Meryl.
Just
Her
a
name was
girlfriend.
Meryl.
Okay.
It's one of those people where I wish I could remember her last name. I've looked through all my old like Navy shit and looking for like a note or something. But I loved her. Her mom was like a mom to me.
Oh.
And Meryl was super cool. And actually, she dated my buddy that went AWOL with me. He was from Buffalo, New York, Jeff Perigo. He actually like popped up on my radar like how long I've been up here? 5 years, 7 years ago. Like
Weird.
He connected with me, and he actually came and stayed a couple nights. And
Did he jump out of a truck onto a table and smash it in half?
right, it's funny. He was working at a kids camp in Texas, and he was frisbee golf. He was like a frisbee golf seniors champion.
Cool.
Like, somewhere. So anyway, but no. So Meryl was like just a really good friend. So. It's weird now that I think back of it. I've got photos of things that happened that I don't remember happening, right? So when you look at them, you're like, oh yeah. Like I've got a photo of sitting on a porch swing with Meryl and her mom, and my dad's there. And I cannot for the life of me why he would be there. So one time when I went AWOL, I hitchhiked.
Yeah.
Back to Joplin.
Yeah.
I didn't actually. I made it to McAllister. Where's I guess, is it McAllister, Texas or McAllister, Oklahoma? One of them has a jail in them. So I think I made it to Texas, and my dad actually, I tapped out. I'm like, I just can't. I'd not eaten for days. I hadn't slept for days. When I'd left, I was dating a gal that worked at it was called the Flying Dutchman in Charleston.
Isn't that one of the ships in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
Well, it was like a blend of
also a ride at Worlds
strip
of Fun,
club, pool hall, biker bar.
Yeah.
And she was a waitress, and she like took me to the city limits of Charleston and gave me like her last $11, and I just like started walking, right? So, but I mean, I slept in ditches, and so like by the time he came and got me, I was like, I give, Uncle, like just I want to ride in a car with air conditioning, and I want to just go to sleep. So yeah, so
you were married once before.
So she lived across the street from me when I was a kid.
The lady you married?
Oh, we were friends. Like she's a couple years younger than me or the same age, I don't know, but we were playmates. Like she lived literally right across the street from me. So then like 25 years later, I'm working I'm a cook at a restaurant in Joplin, and she shows up as a server, and she's in an abusive relationship. So we kind of reconnect as friends, and
can't fucking make this shit up, man.
Right? Then I'm like, you can't go. You can't go. You got to come. You stay on my place. Stay on my couch, or I'll sleep on the couch, whatever. So we do that. We worked through all that stuff, and the family was crazy. So it took a while to get that unwound. And then I don't know why I went to Charleston. Honestly, I have no clue why I went back. But I moved back there, and she went with me. And then we came back to Joplin, and we were living upstairs in that apartment. And this dude that I knew because we had common friends, and his girlfriend, Chad Greer, and I think Susan Eastman were their names. So they came over, and we were going to play cards. Right? So they come over to this place where we're living in. We sit down to play cards, and I've got a jam box, right? That's what we had, right? I mean,
and a piece of cardboard.
Yeah, right.
Like, you guys ready?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we're like playing. I don't know what we're playing. If we're playing real cards or a game, and he puts the Rage Against the Machine in, and we're sitting there and smoking, getting a little fucked up, playing cards, drinking, having a good time, and I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? What is this? I'm like, this is like, like the first time caveman saw fire. Like I was like, what is happening?
Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, what is going on? And man, it was just like, I mean, listen. I dare anybody listen to the first album. It is, I don't know, 12, 11, 9, however many songs it is.
11 or 12, yeah.
They're all perfect. 100% perfect. They're written well, recorded perfectly, and the emotion. I could just connect with the feeling that, fuck you, right? We talked about earlier, like, fuck you. I'm just doing the opposite. I don't care what the opposite is. If it's putting my hand in this fucking flame because you said not to, I'm putting my hand in the flame. That's what I'm doing. And that was just, I don't really connect with all of the politics of it, but again, like I told you earlier, like I appropriate little chunks and create my soundtrack for whatever I got going on up here. And it's just incredible. It's just raw, honest, whether you agree with it or not. It's one of the most heartfelt albums I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Right. So it just,
they hit my radar.
No apologies.
No. None needed.
Right.
And anybody that says otherwise.
Yeah. Right.
Hit the road, Jack.
Honestly.
I think 94. I think I was working at a burger joint in Estes Park, and somebody afterwards were hanging out, and somebody put it on.
Right.
And the dude like hit play, and the dude was like, the music starts, and I'm like, I feel my clothes don't fit right. I don't know. Are we gonna get in trouble?
Right.
And he's trying to talk to me about this whole. It's a false fear every once in a while.
I know it. Like if you try to leak it out, it actually does like go. You got to just pop it.
I always pop and pour, but
immediately, yeah.
The dude starts talking to me about how much they are concerned about Leonard Peltier.
Yeah.
And freeing of, and I'm like,
yep.
This is gonna sound super, super terrible. You're one of the smartest people I've ever met, and I have mad respect for you, and I really want to hear what this is all about, but could you shut the fuck up for 1 second? Because I don't know, my brain doesn't know how to, what file to put in what I'm listening to.
I had the same kind of reaction. You were like, where, I mean, because you're trying to compartmentalize. Like, where does it go? And it's just a blend of so many things.
Opening track, bomb track.
Yeah.
Like, way before anybody is saying that's the bomb.
Right.
Or a photo bomb or any, it's just bomb track. That's how we kick it off. And it's kind of groovy. It's a good intro.
Oh, it's badass.
And then track 2.
Killing the name of
Dude,
right?
I mean.
You know what I love about that song? One of the things I love about that song is that if you, so the first minute before the song, before there's any lyrics, there are 3 songs in the first minute of that song.
All I hear right now is
right. So then it kicks into a whole different groove, and then it kicks into a third groove, and then it stops. And then it goes back into like part of the original. It's like it's like 3.
Wow,
it's incredible, man. And they do that so many times, and if you listen to the, before the like big machine gets a band and makes them whatever they are, turns them into like this celebrity machine.
Yeah.
And if you listen to that album, like Tom Morello, I mean, fuck, man, I'm sorry, but it's like, what's the song? You got to take the power back. Like in the Take the Power Back, or is it Know Your Enemy? I think it's Take the Power Back. So it's like when the song's jamming and he's doing this like little guitar riff, like it's like he just
Know Your Enemy.
He fills space with sound.
That's the one that all of which are American dreams.
Exactly.
Over and over again.
Exactly. And he fills that sound, that space with sound, but he doesn't take over.
Right.
It's like subliminally hear what he's doing, but you don't probably, if you're not a music person, you wouldn't really realize that. It's like a machine, and if you take like these are two of like 100 different gears that are all facing different directions, and they're all turning ways. And if you just remove this gear,
That
everything's
all
fucked.
falls apart.
It all falls
Yeah.
apart, right? Same thing
Smoke
with what's
and
his face,
heat.
the bass player, man. I mean, all of them. It's just incredible. It's kind of funny too because I haven't been in touch with the emotion of the band for a long time, and for whatever reason, I guess with this, honestly, I didn't even listen to the album until like today,
Yeah.
and I only got through like 2 or 3 songs.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, I'm back. I'm back, man. I'm on it, brother. It was just like this is Spike Ice speaking to me,
It's like
right?
the cameo in Coming to America with the two old guys from Trading Places.
Yeah,
We're back.
exactly. Yeah,
We've been homeless since the last movie, but
right,
look out.
right, exactly. Yep.
So, I mean, you can, out of that like 91 to 94 window, there's a lot of really good candidates that you could say this song is sort of a song for the ages.
Sure.
You could take your Jeremy, you could take your Smells Like Teen Spirit, you could take,
Right.
Hunger Strike from Temple of the Dog. Like, there's a
Something from
bunch.
Alice in Chains,
But Killing in the Name is the,
right.
I always want to put that
Yeah.
on there, but that's not part
Yeah.
of it. Dude.
Right.
Like, I mean, there's always been, and obviously I haven't lived in other eras, but there's always been kind of like, rabble rouser moments.
Right.
That kind of,
Yeah, exactly.
like your uncle's cheap fireworks show
Right.
when you really want to be watching the Cities or the Royals or whatever.
Right. Right.
That shit, like, I don't ever remember being like, wow, that is a platform to literally stand up on the biggest of stages and say, this isn't working anymore.
Right.
And all of you that are trying to just keep those gears from churning along, fuck you right in the face.
Yeah, right.
Like, no mas,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
and again, just kind of being like, we can do that? I didn't know,
Right.
I didn't.
Oh yeah, I mean the empowerment of. I didn't grow up rich. I didn't
Right.
grow up poor. I grew up wanting, and we moved. That's why we moved so many times, is because if there was a chance to make another $100 a week, we moved. My dad, he didn't have a high school education. Really, he didn't finish high school, so there was, you just chase it around. So, to see a band like that be that honest. I mean, I know that it's an opinion. I completely get that I've got an opinion and it's not based on fact in any way, shape, or form. I get it. But I totally believe, I mean, I can't think of in my lifetime from 66 to now of a more quintessential, better, it's that album.
Well, I mean,
It was just a change. It was a change that people weren't that honest in their music,
and
like direct. They might have been like subliminally, like there's like you said something earlier about some songs, like how they were happy. They were like the lyrics matched the song. There's a lot of songs out there that it's really kind of seems like it's happy songs. They sound happy, but they're actually got some dark lyrics.
Yeah.
Right. But if you don't listen to the lyrics, you don't even know. Right. But I mean, there wasn't a lot of like unapologetic. It's fucking.
I hate to go immediately anti Lebowski.
Right.
And bring the Eagles into this.
Yeah.
But I mean, well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. Got a world of trouble on my mind.
Yep.
And I got
Looking for a
four
lover
lady.
that won't roll my cover.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
all of that is. But world of trouble. I mean,
Right.
one that wants to stone. Anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's but I mean, as of 12 years ago, 2010 was the metric. that record had sold 16 million copies.
Which record?
Self-titled Rage.
Really?
Yeah. 12 years ago.
Wow.
I mean, so 91 to 2010. So what? Basically 20 years. Right. 16 million.
Wow.
That's not fucking nothing.
Oh, no.
I mean, we're not trying to like look at it compared to Thriller or Like a Virgin or Dark Side of the Moon or any of this shit, but for an anti, kind of like, hey, if you feel this way, you too can come do this.
Right.
16 million.
That's incredible, isn't it?
And this is like, I don't have a way to know if this is, hard copy purchases or if there's some Napster or Limelight or streaming.
Right,
but
right.
16 million.
Yeah, it's just, you can't even. Yeah, it's funny.
Crazy.
So 90. So our first son was born in 95. So he was born in Joplin at Freeman Hospital, and it was perfect. Like it was one of the only true memories I have of Joplin, other than my high school years, that I could just as soon nuke right the rest of the shit. Like just, fuck it. Like just seriously, I could say something so inappropriate, but I'm not going to.
Good.
Yeah, but I'll say it off. But so he was born in 95, March 1st. It snowed that night. And our window, so Freeman has...
I was probably dropping out of a PE class.
You shouldn't have signed up for. Yeah, for the 10th time. Yeah. So it faced the helipad.
Wait, what?
So it's a hospital. The windows faced the helipad. So it snowed that night, and we would watch the helicopter come and go in the snow. It was like just perfect.
That sounds really cool.
So he was born in 95, Mateo. I call him Mateo. And
always have and still do?
Cool. Jack is Jackie-O, J-A-C-K, Jackie-O,
nice.
Yo-Yo, Jackie-O, and Mateo. And so I think it was, like my wife, man, I love to have her, like her memory, like I'm going to say this all wrong. So chronologically, it's not going to be right. I think it was Mateo. It might have been Jackie-O. I think it was Matt. We were living in a house. So we lived in Joplin, and the point is like the whole Rage Against the Machine thing. So whenever, like back then, I was working for, I was a sales rep.
Yeah.
And like everything was manual.
Dude.
I had a pager, pocket full of quarters for payphones. I mean, there were no cell phones.
Unless you're on your way to a Spin Doctors concert, you might have a pocket full of kryptonite.
That's exactly right. Yeah, so...
taking a girl and be like, did I ever tell you about the time I worked at a dynamite factory?
Right, yeah, exactly. Let me tell you the time I worked at exactly. Number 2 jail, that's right, that was me. But, so what I used to do is... So, you remember... The old swings for kids.
My God!
Crank them up and they would...
Yes. Yeah.
Get in a bind, right, and then it would start.
And play a little ditty, like, right? Was there music?
Mine didn't.
No,
ours didn't. So
well, there was there was even for the adult cranking. There was kind of a little, like the sound of would totally lull you a little bit.
So I would sit in the back room. This house had this little kind of like den area that had a wood stove. I mean, even when it was like 85 in the summertime, I'm burning that thing. I just love burning wood so bad. So I'm burning wood. My wife's gone. Kelly's gone run around doing whatever. It's a Saturday or Sunday. I'm sitting at my little table doing work, right? Writing out my itinerary, like, doing my work. And my son's in his thing. I'm not kidding. Like, this was our thing. This is what we would do. I would set my jam box under him, and I would put that album on. And I would crank it up, and he would fall asleep and sit there and just sleep. And I'd work with that album on repeat, and I'd sit there for 2 hours, and he would sleep the whole effing time.
Wow.
And with Rage Against the Machine, just
he knows that story to this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just
does he like the record?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Totally.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just
that's the Will Ferrell gif punching the cereal boxes, isn't it?
You're right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, man. It's. I mean, like I said, I haven't listened to it for a long time, but listening to it, it's still
Wait, so why did you say you were going
relevant.
to say this wrong? You were about to say something about your wife.
Well, I just don't know what I don't remember. Like so Matt was born in '95. Jack was born in '99. Jack was born in Coffeeville, Kansas,
Okay.
because I was running a territory out and living out of Independence, Kansas, right, which is down by
I know both towns. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Neowalla, the biggest Halloween festival in the country.
Oh, I did not
Neowalla,
know that.
Halloween backwards, Neowalla. So it's there, and
Wow.
everything shuts down, and it's vendor. Yeah, it's just a huge deal. So I just can never remember. That's like what I said earlier. Me and my sister trying to work out like where did we live when together, and then as we became adults, because you know. So I was living in a hotel, or living in an old hotel that was turned into apartments in Joplin. Whenever I met Kelly, we lived there for a while. I know we lived at another place there. It's called the Olivia, which was another old kind of like high rise, like built in the 30s or something.
Sure.
I mean, I could name. We lived in a couple like Pittsburgh. That's where we lived in on campus housing in Pittsburgh in 95, March of 95, whenever Matt was born. And I
Okay.
was working as a lead line cook at Crestwood Country Club in Pittsburgh,
Wow.
working for
God,
and Bill Askew was a chef, and he was
I missed you by a year.
and he was a chef of the ACF down there. So yeah, so I was just saying, like, I just don't. I think it was Matthew. It might have been Jack, but I'm like
Okay.
now that I'm
Okay.
talking about it,
Sure.
99% sure it was Jack. It
Yeah.
was Matthew. So
I mean, the Rage album would have been 8 years old if it would have been Jack.
right,
So, I
yeah.
mean,
So it was. I'm
could
sure
have
it
been,
was. Yeah,
but these dudes, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominated 4 or 5 times and hasn't.
are they in now?
No, hasn't happened yet.
And the Foo Fighters. And the
2021.
Foo Fighters are seriously. Hey, dude, I'm serious. I'm not talking bad about them. I'm just saying that
I mean,
that just doesn't make
like,
sense.
like this isn't gonna sound good, but or great, but I mean, I, I I know if you played them for me, I could be like, oh yeah, to
Who's
several
that?
Foo Fighter songs.
Oh yeah, yeah. You'd know
But
the hits and stuff. And
but
they're
if
great,
somebody
man. They're
says
great.
hum me a bar or name me a Rage, I would have 4, 5, or 6 at my disposal,
Right.
and
Yeah.
I'm not a Rage fan.
Right.
Meaning
Sure.
I don't frequently put on Rage.
Right.
I like Rage. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like lots of Rage was coming on the radio. It made its way. Foo
Right.
Fighters didn't.
Right.
So to your point,
But they're awesome, man. So the Foo Fighters. The thing about them that I love is that what Dave Grohl did, and he's just a goofy dude, man. I don't think he's.
pretty cool dude. Pretty cool,
Yeah,
goofy dude.
I don't think there's anything like. He's not a bad human, right? I mean,
No,
at all. So maybe he is. I don't know him, but I don't
I'm
think he
pretty
is.
sure he's the other end of the spectrum of bad human.
I think so too.
It seems that way anyway.
Right. But I mean, what he did. So I remember playing music back in Joplin. So at the time that I played music in Joplin, there was a really good music scene in Joplin, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Oddly enough,
No,
there were
yeah.
some local bands that we came up after them. There was the Missionaries. There was Walking on Einstein. There was there's one more too. Anyway, there were some really good bands and some really good musicians, and we came up kind of after them. Um, but what we didn't do, we didn't play together. Like it was almost like a competition a little bit. Like we didn't really
You didn't rehearse?
other bands.
Oh,
Like your band played
open
a show
for my band and
Yeah,
share the
right.
bill. Or
Exactly. So so we're the headliner, you're the opener, right? We're never gonna.
everybody
Open.
just had their own.
We're not gonna open for you, dude. You open for us. Like there was just not a. It wasn't a really, And Grohl, man, like I'm sure that he's not single-handedly responsible for it, but man, if you look back at the kind of the progression of the Foo Fighters after Nirvana and him playing with other people, he kind of created this like he was a stupid kid in the candy store, man. He just wanted to. I want to play with you, and I want to play with you, and I want to play with you.
Wouldn't he say like, oh, we'll middle, we'll open, we'll headline, we'll
Yeah,
whatever
and
works,
like you
right?
saw like Sound City, right? Or no, yeah, the documentary Sound City, right?
No.
So
Mm-mm.
Sound City is a studio in L.A. or somewhere in California, and you got to watch it, man, because it's weird. So at one point in the documentary, they talk about like when you walk in that place, it hadn't changed. It's the same shag carpet. It's nasty. There's shit on the carpet you don't want to know about.
Don't bring a
No
black
black
light.
lights allowed. Exactly. But then they start going like Rage debut was there. Fleetwood Mac's debut was there. The Traveling Wilburys. Whenever they like, dude, there are like
For
50,
live gigs.
50 effing no, it's a studio.
I'm sorry. Sorry, recording.
So like
okay.
50 like when you think back about quintessential albums from 1970 to 1995. It is absurd how many came.
What percentage? Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's like
50.
Like it's like just name an album. Yep, name another one. Just
Also.
a random. Yep,
Also.
yep. Like
And,
Dave.
and every album you name, all of their side projects.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah. So Dave Grohl. So the place finally goes out of business. Right. I mean, it just runs its course. So Dave Grohl buys the board. He buys a soundboard.
I love it already.
And it's his soundboard that he's got in his home studio.
Oh man.
And it's a soundboard, one of 4 that's made like in Austria or somewhere. And it's this crazy ass. Like,
where they know their shit.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And it's analog.
Okay.
So yeah. So anyway, it's a great documentary. But I think in that documentary, so there's another one that's I can't remember. There's 2 documentaries.
What's it called?
Sound City. So he gets Paul. So Paul McCartney comes over, and him and Paul McCartney, and what's his Novoselic, right?
Yeah.
The bass
Yeah.
player from Nirvana. Mm-hmm. So the 3 of them, and then Taylor Hawkins is on the drums, and the 4 of them, they write a song on the spot. So he does the same thing with what's the guy, the lead singer from Queens of the Stone Age? I can't ever remember his name. So him and 9 Inch Nails.
Trent Reznor.
Yeah. They write a song on the spot. So that's what they do with different people during the whole thing is they get in his studio and they write songs on the spot.
I can't wait to watch
It's incredible, man. It's incredible.
When was it made, do you think?
10 years ago, probably.
Cool.
I'm guessing, probably.
Right on.
Yeah, it's incredible.
So they put out 2 records after this, and then they did a cover album in 2000. By the way, this is all.
I don't know if I know that.
This is all news to me.
So Battle of Los Angeles, right? That's the second album.
I didn't even write down albums 2 and 3 names.
So, it is like that close to being as good as the first album.
No shit. Well, that's got
incredible.
Bulls on Parade on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, and probably Guerrilla Radio, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, one of my favorite song is Maria.
Okay, from that second album.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a song about a Hispanic, a Mexican immigrant, and a woman, Mexican woman, and working in the fields, and you got to take this pill. I think the pill is a pill to give her, like a Plan B pill to give her an abortion, so that because they rape her, So it's like,
damn.
It's like Kelly used to, my wife used to always call me when I was younger, and I finally kind of given up on it, but she used to call me Shawn Damm, righter of all wrongs. Like I was like, would just like try to fix, like, it's like, dude, it's, that you're going to fix this. There's 100 million of those other things going on over here, right? Like you plugged that hole.
That's noble. The noble,
I guess, man.
Superhero trait.
It's right. So, but it was like, it was just like that album. I think Battle of Los Angeles is more rooted in, if I remember, like the lyrics, is more rooted in like the immigrant thing.
Okay.
Right.
Cool.
Like the first one was kind of take the power back, a little
sure.
Pop, little police kind of thing, and not cop killer or anything like that.
Right.
But but it was in your face like that way. So it's a badass.
Nice.
It's an incredible album.
So in 2000 they put out a cover album.
Yeah, I don't know if I even listened to that ever.
Some of the artists they featured: Eric B. and Rakim, Africa Bombata, Devo, EPMD. By featured, I mean they covered tracks by these artists.
Right, yeah.
Cypress Hill, Bruce Springsteen, the Rolling Stones, Bob Dylan, and
Yeah.
those are just, I didn't write
So
down
did
all
you
of them.
listen? Have you listened to any of the Tom Morello stuff with Cypress Hill?
No.
It's badass.
I had, I mean, that's where the rest of my notes go, is that all of these other things
Yeah.
that sprouted from. So, yeah, so this, and then the cover album right before they broke up. Then the rest of the band formed Audio Slave with Chris Cornell.
Was the cover album the third album?
The fourth.
Fourth album. Because
Yeah.
the third album was the album that had like he looked like Superman, but he was wearing a yellow kind of onesie with a red cape. I think that was the third album, maybe, and it's a good album. There's like a few songs I really love.
Nice.
But like top to bottom, not a great, nothing that I really connected with. So I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember when they like actually disbanded.
Well, so this cover album came out in 2000, and that was right before. And then, like I said, I mean, I've always known of Audio Slave, but I didn't know it was Chris Cornell and all the dudes from Rage.
Just Zach's just not there.
Right, exactly.
And they play, it's a more melodic version.
And they put out 3 records.
And 3 really great records.
No shit.
3 really great records.
Really?
Yeah, Cornell. Yeah.
I guess if it has Cornell in it, it's probably.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's really good stuff. I mean, there's, Cornell, like, he struggled with, like, religion a lot. Like, he wrote a lot of stuff. His lyrics had a lot of stuff about, like, trying to square with, like, what his beliefs are. That's what it seemed like to me. So that's kind of mixed into a lot of his lyrics. But those guys, they're just like, we're the rhythm section boys. Just get ready. Just strap in. You sing.
Cool.
We got this.
I love it.
And they just, like, hammered it out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And then 2016, 3 of the members, along with Be Real from Cypress Hill,
Yep.
Chuck D, formed Prophets of Rage.
Yeah. Really good stuff, man.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, 100%.
so, I mean, my follow-up questions to that were, are you aware of this? Have you listened to any of it?
I have.
Sounds like you've consumed it all.
Yeah. So I went to I think I could be wrong, but I think Lollapalooza started in '94, because I think I went to the second year, and I went to Riverport Amphitheater in St. Louis.
Yeah, I think maybe '93.
'93.
I think.
So that was so the one that I was at had Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Ministry, Ice Cube,
Ministry.
Jesus and Mary Chain, and Red Hot Chili Peppers.
No Jane's Addiction.
No James.
Maybe the next one.
Could have been.
Yeah.
So, and that was when Pearl Jam had just broke.
Sure.
And I was, I think I probably would have screwed Eddie Vedder if he'd asked me. I was just in love with the guy. I mean, it was just like the energy and the power, just everything around that whole new sound was just incredible, right?
Nothing like it.
No.
Up to then,
Right.
And maybe not since. I don't know.
Right. And then I went to that. So that was when Lollapalooza traveled, right? So that was whenever it went from city to city. And now it doesn't. It hasn't for a number of years. It's always been in Chicago at Grant Park.
I was going to say Chicago is the city that comes to mind.
So I went 3 years.
But it still happens?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still on their mailing list. But I went in 8 and like 9 and 10, or 8 and 10 and 11. And in 8 is when Rage was there. They closed the show on Sunday night. That's the big Sunday night is
headliner.
The huge like festival headliner. And I went with a buddy of mine, a guy that actually was in my group that worked for me, like, Chip Knapp. He lives in Lawrence. And, so we took a trip. We took off to Chicago. And it's like a really kind of, nasty, grubby story. But have you ever been to Lollapalooza in Grant Park?
I've never been to Lollapalooza.
Right. So Grant Park's a huge park, right? so they set up these 2 main stages that face each other, but they're like at the far opposite ends of the festival.
So the sound doesn't.
And then like there's other stages. Like there's probably like 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 stages, 8 stages, right? So, and they're set up in time so that they all kind of go off at different times.
Yeah.
So Rage was the last one. At the same time Rage was playing, I don't even know who else was playing, but I feel bad for him because there's probably nobody there. Because at the Rage, like we got to where we were going to stand at the Rage show like 2 hours before they were going to play. Because you got to.
Commitment.
Well, man, there was already 20,000 people there. I mean, it was like you had to. We were late. We were late, and we were probably like off of the front of the stage. We were probably off of the right third, about 50 yards back. So really good seat.
That's not bad.
No seats, standing.
Yeah.
So So and it just keeps getting packed and packed, and you keep looking back, and it's just like it's getting more and more and more to where you could like it's just a sea, an ocean of people. It's just incredible. And I would say that like this is the closest that I've ever come to experiencing a higher power.
I knew you were going to say that. That's
never,
amazing.
I don't, not a big believer in all that stuff. And that's, but I'm probably wrong. I don't know. I just know I don't know. But, so me and my buddy, we were there. We got beers. We're standing there. And he's like, dude, I have got to take a piss. I'm like, brother, I mean, one, I'm not leaving this spot. I'm either moving further up or I'm staying here. I'm not moving. And you can't go. You're never going to get back. You can't get back. And so he's like, dude, I have to I got to sit down to go to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm like, all right, man. So he goes, I got to piss so bad. And they're coming out. And so they come out, and you've seen videos of Rage, right? Like at the Coliseum, and like where it's not even a mosh pit.
Mm-mm. Well,
I mean, there is a mosh pit, but it's more like it's almost like an ocean. Like it just like I remember being in the mix of it, and like we go from like here to 15 feet over there, and it was just like effortless. Like it was just like we were just all jammed in, moving, and it was not uncomfortable. It wasn't violent.
Cool.
And jumping up and down and just pissing my pants the whole time.
I mean,
I'm like, look, guys, scoot over if you don't want it. I'm not.
Yeah. I'm
right.
way not the only person having this experience right now.
And I'm so far into this that there's just like, I'm 100% not apologetic. I don't care. It's just, this is what's happening is incredible. I got some great videos, and it was just unreal, man.
I mean, literally the only other option in that scenario is to like
give me something to piss in, I guess, or I don't know,
or consume like the absolute bare minimum of water for the whole day.
Oh yeah,
leading up to that,
right?
And then there's no way.
The cool thing is that once it started, nobody cares.
Yeah, right.
It's like everybody. We were all like, I mean, I think it's probably the closest I can imagine to ever understanding what it feels like to be in a cult.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like where you're like.
So when that was over, did you have to go get in a vehicle with other people? And
no, we're staying at the Congress, which is just out of the festival and kind of across.
On foot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So
no harm, no foul.
No, exactly.
Walk to the hotel room, change your clothes.
And he was at the hotel.
Take a shower.
I was like, hey, dude. Yeah, we connected back at the hotel.
He didn't ever make it
back up. No, he stayed for the show.
Okay.
But he was 20,000 people behind me, right? So yeah. And you
don't know what you missed, but I also started a church, and you can be a member,
right?
Yeah.
I took my son there with his best friend. Then the next year, I took him on his own, just he and I. One year was. My son was a Foo Fighters. Mateo, he was he loved them. They were his rage.
Was he super sad about a homeboy?
Not really.
Oh.
I mean, not, but
right,
he's kind of, it's not like that's not his music anymore.
Yeah.
And then one year was Soundgarden. So the year was Soundgarden. We were at the front, and Cornell jumped down and singing Rusty Cage, and stood like I can find it on YouTube and show it to you. So it's not true. He comes down off stage. He's singing Rusty Cage. So like the festivals, right? They've got like the sound, like if you're the stage, they've got like the sound booth back here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then they've got like this metal kind of railing.
Yeah.
That goes down the center so that like they keep like the two sides from crossing over,
Mm-hmm.
and then it spreads out right across the front of the stage. So Cornell jumps in the center of it, and he's walking in between all the railing, and we're at the front, right off the right side of the stage. He's singing Rusty Cage. He's on the back side of this railing. There's this step that's like 2 feet up. He's standing on this step with his crotch basically right in our face, screaming Rusty Cage, and this dude's next to us with his girlfriend, and she's going, oh my God, I'm grabbing Chris Cornell's ass, and he's singing Rusty Cage, and she's got her hands around grabbing his, like hugging him, and I mean it was like right there, like Matthew and I, we've looked it up on YouTube a number of times. We're like you can't see us,
But
we're right there. Like
he didn't, and Cornell didn't care about that girl doing that.
oh dude,
Nice.
he was just performing, man.
Yeah.
Just performing, so.
He's like, I'm pissing my pants right now.
Right.
But
Me too.
we're all in the moment.
Exactly. Just let it go. Yeah, right. Yeah. A lot of fun at Lollapalooza.
96 SNL appearance
Uh-huh.
for Rage. 2 songs cut to 1 because they had inverted American flags,
Oh.
which meant danger or warning, and it was because the host was some fucking Republican candidate, and so they were
Really?
yeah. So the first song that came out, and then Lauren or whoever is like, nah, we're not
happening.
you don't get a second song,
Wow.
like
That's funny.
which like for all the bands for that to happen to,
Right. Exactly.
how ironic.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because they played outside, right, outside of the National Republican Convention or something on the street.
I mean, there are so many situations where they were going to perform or trying to perform or did perform, and it like got canceled or got
Right.
cut off early. And
That's total bullshit that they would do that too, because I mean I thought that meant, I thought the flag upside down, it was just a form of protest.
mm-hmm.
It's like, we're not happy with some of the shit that's going on, right? I mean, like,
And by the way, maybe I'm wrong on this, but isn't Lorne Michaels Canadian?
is he?
I thought he was.
Right.
Like, I mean, obviously he is.
Well, I mean,
he operates within the U.S., but it's like
right. And it's SNL, man. I mean, it's all about being inappropriate.
yeah, or taking liberties,
Whatever.
you
Right.
know?
Exactly. Like, having an edge, pushing the limits.
So he made a statement because they split,
Right.
and there was just some phrases in it like our decision-making process is completely failed.
This is Zach.
Yeah, no longer meeting our aspirations and has undermined our artistic and political ideal. Literally fist fights over T-shirt colors.
Right. That's kind of cool. I mean,
We were patently political and internally combustible. And one of them, I mean, there was a bunch of others, but America touts itself as the land of the free, but the number one freedom that you and I have is the freedom to enter into a subservient role in the workplace. Once you exercise this freedom, you've lost all control over what you do, what is produced, and how it is produced.
Right.
And in the end, the product doesn't belong to you. The only way you can avoid bosses and jobs is if you don't care about making a living, which leads to the second freedom, the freedom to starve. Right. And I was like,
that's pretty, I mean, that end line, that's pretty badass.
Like, go be yourself and speak your mind
Right.
and resist, and also that might kill you.
I tell you, man, if I've said it many, many times to my family and friends, probably over beers or something, but man, all I need is national health care. If that's taken care of, it's a game changer. Because that's the deal that locks you in. I mean, I agree 100% with everything that was just read.
Man, so the last episode that was released featured this dude that was the pit master at BB's Lawnside for a long time, and a high school friend went to travel around Europe, and he met this gal, and they fell in love, and she's from Sweden. So they get married and he moves to Sweden, and they decide they're going to open he does some barbecue tour, and I'm going to open a
Do
barbecue.
they have barbecue in Sweden?
I don't know, but I'm going to open one.
Right.
And so he says to this guy, come be my pit master. And he's like, okay. So he puts in his notice, and things in the visa department are kind of dragging a little bit. Ends up having like 2 going away parties. Moves in with his parents, and 2 months becomes 5, becomes 6, and ultimately denied. And the reason being is that those people that were going to open this place weren't going to pay him enough, according to the Swedish government. And I was like, wait, what? And he was like, well, if you become indoctrinated into the Swedish system, you get free health care and free such and such, and like a blah, blah. And I was like, oh, so they want you to have enough money to invest in the economy if they're going to give you all this free shit. And he's like,
wow.
Yeah. And I was like, how embarrassing was that for your friend? And he's like, kind of embarrassing.
That's wild. Wow.
But I mean,
I
like,
thought about that.
yeah. So like, yeah, they're like, hey, we're going to cover all the things that you need. All we really need in return is for you to
what are you gonna do?
pony up a little bit as a when you're walking around your life here. Just have enough money to spend. It doesn't look like you're going to, so no.
No thanks. Yeah. It's a long line, right? Wow. That's wild.
One more quick break, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah.
Just I gotta pee again.
Me too.
Right.
I'm with you.
But so
That's funny.
yeah, I mean, usually when I visit or revisit a record, I make like a page and a half worth of notes about just the tracks. I'm making notes about the artist or the album too. Now you said every track is perfect. I have like next to 0 notes. I mean, Killing in the open bomb track and Killing in the Name, yeah. And then I have nothing until Know Your Enemy, which we already all of which are American Dreams, and then Wake Up. I'm like, it's a song from The Matrix. Holy shit. And there's a TikTok user, and it's this set of twins, 2 dudes, and they have they have buddies that are also twins, so they'll dress identically, and sometimes it's just the original twins in one take, and then a second take. Sometimes they'll pull the other twins in, but they'll do
like you can't tell.
Not at all. Right. So what they'll do is like one dude will be walking on a college campus, and a girl's coming this way. Hey, do you know where the dining hall is? And she's like, oh yeah, it's right there. Oh, thank you. And then the other one comes on scene like 100 yards down the way, and he'll be like, man, I couldn't find it. What? And like he's looking at, and then he'll be like, or coming up an escalator, and somebody's coming down, and I'll be like, hey man, I like that hat. Oh, thanks. And then he gets up, and then the other guy's getting on, and I'm like, hey man, nice hat.
Cool hat.
And so a lot of times he'll be like, wake up, I need you to wake up.
Oh,
it's all this song's called Wake. Anyway,
have you heard that? Did you listen to what does he say? He says when he whispers, like when Zach whispers.
No, I didn't catch it.
Anger is a gift.
Oh, wow.
Anger is a gift. That's what he says.
Nice.
Yeah.
The next track, Fistful of Steel, was the only track on the record that I made an original note on, and I said that it really seems to stand out, but I'm not sure why. Seems to focus more on rocking than rebelling, maybe. And I just thought, like, fucking that song, they just it got a punch and a I don't know what exactly, but
and that's probably from I don't know what album that's from, but that's
no. These are all tracks from Self-Titled.
The original,
yeah.
Fistful of Steel.
You have to go listen to it, or I mean, maybe listen to the whole album and
that's what I've
pay close attention to that one.
Yeah. What's funny about that though is like you think about like you said something earlier about like their I think you were reading about what was it Zach's words about breaking up and the political thing and Yeah. I mean, you know,
Our decision-making process has completely failed. We're no longer meeting our aspirations and has undermined our artistic and political ideal.
right. Well, the whole thing about fighting over the color of T-shirts.
Yeah,
I mean,
fist
that's
fights.
awesome. I love that. I love that because that's like that just shows it was just honest, like just stupid. I mean, the dynamic that you're living in whenever you're that band and that in that age, and it's probably the same for the Doors. And I mean, you know, like they all had their moment where, like, you know, climbing the mountain is a bitch, but standing on the point is just as hard, right? Like for you just can't stay there for very long. The edge is thin. You can
Right.
be there for when you can, but you can't maintain it, right? So, and to me, like what they did, it was like it's like stock. I mean, it's boiled down to such a thick, consistency and potent. Like, like they were not a shotgun. They were like a fucking laser
Mm-hmm.
sighted rifle,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't go anywhere. Like, I mean, you know,
It went nowhere and everywhere.
yeah. I mean, it affected a lot of people, me included, but if that didn't change the world, if that or like not change the world, but if that didn't have like
Wake up the world.
yeah, I mean, like I guess I can't understand people who don't listen to that and get something like it doesn't like make their heart beat a little bit different. I'm like, I think you might be dead. You might be
Dude,
like
it's like that Edgar Allan Poe where the fucking telltale heart, where it's like you kill the guy and you bury him in the floorboards, but the heart's still beating.
right. You
Like,
can still hear it. Right, exactly. It's like if that didn't go anywhere, it's like, I mean, I don't know what I guess what would.
nothing.
I
Because
mean,
that's it. That's the litmus test.
Yeah. I mean, because like if you think of like you said earlier, you were talking about how they kind of like came on the scene. Like I think you said like a kind of a cloud and a storm that was just like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right. Who like who else came on like that? I mean, they weren't like media hype.
Mm-mm.
I don't think.
Mm-mm.
I think they came on like as a movement,
Yeah.
right? So that's different. And they were never a media hype band.
Well, it's like the whole here. Hey, listen to this, and you press play for me,
Right.
and I start listening, and you're trying to talk to me about Free Leonard Peltier, and I'm like, I'm trying to listen to this, but maybe I should take it off and listen to you talk about Leonard Peltier.
Right.
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 And there's like a bunch of different directions that
Right.
dichotomy can go, I think.
Yeah.
Unless
Right.
you're pulseless
Right.
and
Yeah.
just in your steel coffin.
Yeah. I just don't know how you can listen to it and not, take in at least the emotion of it. And so, I mean, Pearl Jam, the break was huge. When Pearl Jam broke, it was massive, right? So
Yeah, but Pearl Jam's not for
Nirvana,
everybody.
same thing, but right. But
This, whether it's for you or not, it reaches you. It has to.
yeah, I guess it's just weird
And
how
you,
it's like
even if you're just like, oh, interesting, and you never think about it, but it reaches you. Pearl
Right.
Jam doesn't reach everybody.
yeah. Well, I mean, some people like hate it because of the message, right?
Yeah, well,
They're like politically
Yeah.
opposed to it or whatever, and which is cool. I mean, whatever you are, or whatever you believe. But I don't know where it came from, and I don't know where any of us get it from. But those of us who are like for some reason feel a connection to the people who don't have a voice or don't have the start to life that like a lot of people have. That's why. I mean, to me, that's aside from like the actual specific people that that Zach was passionate about. Just the band represents a voice for people, including women, minorities, whatever.
Archie Bunker.
Right,
All
whatever.
of it. It reaches
Right.
all of it.
Exactly, and it's just like that, and that was what they were concerned about. So,
So I have a few more things, and we'll get you
Yeah.
out of here. I know it's late. I'm gonna propose an irresponsible gesture, and feel free for all the reasons to say no. But I did pick up some of
look at
these,
that.
and we can have our own, or we can split one, or we can not do either of the above.
We should do whatever you want to do because we definitely need to do.
But you have got a
I know. I'm good though. Like we'll figure that
halvesies
out.
or a full one, or
Do halvesies.
Okay.
Cool with that?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. good stuff, man.
I mean, it seems to come out whenever we're doing a gathering
Right.
of sorts.
Doesn't it?
So thank you so much.
Yeah, you too, man. It's been great.
For doing this.
A lot of fun.
Giving me a whole evening and time that you could have been, I don't know, cutting the grass with or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
I know, it's so good.
When and how did you meet Kelly?
I was playing in a band called the Subterraneans, like after the Jack
Kerouac album.
Yep.
Good. That's a good album. Good novel.
Book.
It's a good novel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And we were playing at an old furniture auction in Joplin that was called the Cow Palace because it was built where the old I don't know, animal auction or whatever it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And my buddy that I went to high school with, my best buddy from high school, was dating the owner's daughter, and he let us rent it for $50 and had a stage. And so we would rent it and put on shows.
Cool.
We'd get like 5 or 6 bands together, and we would, it was $5 to get in. We'd buy a bunch of kegs and just drink all you want, just $5 to get in. I don't care. And so we were playing that night, and she was good friends with a girl that was going to the show and wanted her to go, and she didn't want to go, and she was a student at Pitt State, a microbiology student, and she this was on April 1st, April Fool's Day 1994.
Okay.
So it was a Friday or Saturday, I don't know which one it was, but I was single, not yet divorced, like the papers had all been filed, but they hadn't worked through the process and got the final stamp, but we were living separate and done.
Yeah.
And it's funny, man. It's funny because so we were there all day, and without going into like real detail, I wasn't in the right mind to really try to be, chasing girls, right? I was in my own world, we'll say. And so she came in, and I was standing with my buddy Melvin, who was the drummer, Melvin Marshall, lifelong friend, black beard, looks like Black Santa. And she came in, and I was like that, man. That's the kind of girl right there. That's the girl I want to marry.
You said this?
Yeah. I'm like, that's the girl, like that, man. That's what I'm
talking about. As soon as I'm divorced, right? I want to marry that girl.
And she was wearing a long black dress that was skin tight, kind of was like a, not a. It was tasteful, but it was form fitting.
Yeah.
And she had form. She still does. So, So we played. I was standing off to the side. I fucked up. I was like, I couldn't hardly talk. Probably. I don't know. I sure wasn't going to take a chance because I figured.
So when you say you were all there all day, you weren't just drinking water all day.
No,
right,
no.
Right.
Yeah, and it wasn't just alcohol. So yeah, so I was. So she came up to me, which she never does, and she was like, "Hey," introduced herself, and I was like, "Hey, I'm Shawn, cool." And I didn't say. I was like, "Man, it's gonna be stupid whatever you say. Don't say anything." So I didn't, and she walked away feeling like kind of humiliated.
Oh.
Like, what the fuck? Like, one, I don't like band guys. 2, you didn't fucking talk to me. I never go up to guys.
Oh, yeah, I never approach.
So she left after that. Like, later on, she left, and I didn't know anything about her. So I called around to a bunch of people I know that were there. And, like, I
doing private detective work?
Yeah, I found out who she was. Right? So it's my first cold call. So first cold call ever. Got me a wife and a couple kids.
Just let me send you a sample.
That's right. It was, yeah, right. Exactly. Right.
I promise you're going to like it.
That's right. So, yeah, I called, and she was living in Pittsburgh, paying rent and renting an empty room from this couple that owned. Do you remember the bicycle shop in Pittsburgh? It was like. I
mean, very, very vaguely.
Like, downtown.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So downtown, so you got Pitt State and downtown, right?
Uh-huh.
So right in between those, like probably 3 or 4 blocks before you get to downtown on the same side of Pitt State, was the bike shop. I can't remember what they called it, but It had been there for a long time.
Wait, Pitt State is north of downtown? I was thinking it's
South.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Pitt State's
Because downtown Pitt State and then south of Pitt State,
Mall
not
Deli.
yeah,
Pickler's Chicken.
not a whole lot of happening.
No, it's country.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the mall was down there.
Yeah.
Right? So if you leave the mall and you go north,
And not really a mall to write home about. It's kind of like
no, they got a movie in a JCPenney. I mean, it's like now
like
they
I
got
said,
Del Rio and yeah, for sure.
not Joplin's Mall.
Yeah, right. That was
By the way, like I remember driving down a few downtown, maybe even the main drag of Joplin, being like,
Main Street. Yeah.
are all these buildings abandoned? Like what?
Now it's totally booming.
Well,
I mean, like it's not booming.
93, 94,
Oh,
being like, what? I don't know what's going on.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah. So I called around. I found out where she was living. This is before cell phones.
Yeah,
We don't have cell phones still.
before the internet.
I'm carrying a pager, right? I mean, that's right. They got the little thing where they can type in a message, and so I call the house, and it's this, I don't know, guy or girl or the couple that's like, hey, this is Phil and this is Karen, and we're not here, but
Leave a message at the beep.
At the beep, yeah. And I'm like, hey, I was calling for Kelly, and so we connect over the phone. This probably takes me a week or so to figure out who she is.
You're just hoping the ship hasn't sailed.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought she was like 18.
Oh, okay.
Or 17. So I thought, man, this is. So I was 27.
Okay.
So I was like, this is probably not going to be right, but I don't care. Like at this point, she's way too smoking hot. I got to take my shot, right? I mean, I'm going to be, I don't know what movie you think of, but whatever movie Rocky got his ass kicked in or whatever.
All of them.
I know it's coming my way,
Yeah.
but I'm going to wring it out for all I can. So I left my message. She called me. Yeah, right there. She called me back, and she came over. And our first date, she didn't leave, and she never left.
Man.
I gave her a key. I went to the country club that next morning to open up, and I was running the food service at a country club, and I said, "Here's a key. If you got to go do what you got to do, that's cool. But if you want to come back, that would be great too." And she did, and then she went home the next day and got some more clothes and brought them over. And,
Oh my God.
And
That's
so
super cool.
I got to tell you, because it's really a great story. So, her dad was he worked for the Highway Patrol.
Okay.
He had a military background, somewhat. And they're pretty conservative people from Topeka. So I had a 1974 Beauville Chevrolet van.
There you go.
Tan, dark brown tan. It was the band van. I bought it for the band to travel to Fayetteville and Dallas and St. Louis and KC to play, right? So it was our travel band. So I'm
Also your personal vehicle.
oh yeah, it was my first vehicle when I worked for
Yeah.
the Big Blue.
Yeah.
So I could fit 88 cases in it on the 4th of July of 1997. I didn't really pay attention
ice-packed
to
broccoli.
Oh my God.
What's that smell? Oh, don't worry
I'm
about
like,
it.
you were supposed to get your truck today? I thought I was supposed to take your order today. No, this is holiday routing. I'm like, okay, this is not going to work. So, but, this is the only thing I feel bad about with them. And there's a whole big, long history with them. But the only thing I feel bad about is just because if I had a daughter and I showed up with my daughter, I would want to fucking kill me. For sure.
Because you were driving a van?
Well, no. So I showed up. I didn't. So we went to Topeka to meet her parents.
Okay.
They knew she was pregnant because we told them over the phone before we went there. We'd met.
You haven't met them yet?
Dude, we had met 6 weeks previous.
No, you and her parents.
Me and Kelly had met 6 weeks previous.
Okay, so no.
So we met in like maybe 8 weeks, right? I don't know.
Okay.
Matt was born March 1st.
Okay.
We met April 1st. So there's a couple months.
Yeah.
There. So I feel, like we showed up, so I was dressed. I could have been going to work. I could have been
Cutting the grass.
Toilet, mowing the grass.
No awareness of
combat boots with a painted on the back with nail polish, cut off camo shorts, a t-shirt, a
Yeah.
flannel, ball cap on
Nice
backwards.
to meet you. Do you guys like Rage Against the Machine?
Right, hair down back to my back, middle of my back. Piercings. Mutton chops. I mean, she was like, whenever she saw my picture of my ID that had my mutton chops, she's like, did you just get out of jail when you took that photo?"
No, that
Right?
was the previous driver's
Yeah.
license.
So it's like, and guess what? We're pregnant, and it's like, oh my god. So
I mean,
yeah,
but did they love you after that?
no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
So no,
All right.
there's yeah. So
Oh,
but I mean, dude, like seriously, right? So April 1st, '95, we're strangers. March 1st, or '94. March 1st, '95, we have our first child. 4 years later, we have our second child. We've been together since '94. So what's that? 28 years? Or
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. So 2 years will be 30 years.
Yeah. Well, you
Literally the greatest thing of my whole life.
well, you answered a how long did you date?
Oh.
How long were you engaged? How long were you married before you had kids?
Right. Right. Not long. Not long.
Man,
Yeah.
I can't even.
So
Okay, so anyway, I didn't skip all those questions. I didn't know you were married before, so here
Right.
it is.
I don't really remember any of it.
Okay.
I've like selectively decided I'm not going to remember it.
Hey, I mean, you were
We
kind
didn't
of
have kids.
you were kind of smiling when you said that, so
Right.
who gives a fuck?
She was. Yeah, the ex was at our baby shower. Like my Kelly and her
Oh, that's
were
cool.
friends. Oh yeah, there was no like animosity at all.
Right.
I mean, after the original.
So, as someone who had a failed marriage, can you put into words the feeling of knowing you wanted to marry Kelly, didn't know it was going to be at first sight,
Right.
but that how much like grounded realism is in that's the kind of girl I want to marry.
Right.
I mean, you were just saying that, right? Like,
No, I said that.
right, but
I said it out loud.
but you
to my
you
buddy.
meant it.
Oh yeah.
And you didn't even know a thing about her.
No,
Just
it's the first time I ever saw her in my life. I was just like, that's like just, you could just look. Like you could just, and it really wasn't even a sexual thing.
Well,
It was just about, I mean, yeah, she was attractive, but it was just like an energy thing or more of just like that's just that's right there. And she looked at, I remember her, she couldn't hear me. She wasn't near me.
right.
She couldn't hear me.
You weren't like, check. Oh, that's the
Right.
kind of
But
girl.
I remember her looking at me at one point and kind of like us looking at each other and just kind of going like, what's going on? Like, I don't know. Am I making this up?
There she goes.
I hope she's like on the same page or I'm
Yeah.
going to be really embarrassed. Yeah.
So, I
She
mean,
stayed over the first night,
Yeah.
for many nights, and there was no funny business. So just for the record, there was no, we didn't go there. I mean, she stayed over.
funny business.
Yeah, no messing around. Nothing.
Just kicking it.
She just stayed over. Just
That's pretty
chilled,
rad.
Just
Did
crashed.
you guys have some food?
So so I was living in this place called the Mayflower. It was an old it was one of the original like high end hotels in Joplin. So on the fourth floor, like old school, like the door was like what'd you say, like saloon doors?
Well, yeah. It was so there was swinging.
So but it was a big single, but it was like a wooden door with like the louvers, kind of deal.
Yeah.
And so it was a it's crazy, dude. So that's in 1994, right? So I'm renting this apartment, all bills included. It's one big room. There's a little room around the side for a bathroom and a kitchen, and the bed's a Murphy bed that like comes around and then pulls down.
Mm-hmm.
$245 a month.
It sounds pretty amazing. Is that place available right now?
No shit. Yeah.
I could
Right.
totally live there.
So yeah, I mean so yeah, she came over. I mean, nothing happened. I think she kissed me. It was like
Sure.
that was all I got. And,
Yeah.
But I wasn't that guy, so it wasn't a big deal. But
But there had to have been like a remarkable vibe and some pretty awesome conversation.
oh no, it was like
Chemistry.
yeah,
And
yeah.
why would you? I mean,
I wonder how much of this is like how much of this is influenced by movies, right? When you grew up as a kid, like I don't know, from 8 to 15, 16.
Hmm.
Like what were your movies? Like when you look back, what are the movies that you felt like you were like, fuck yeah, these were great.
E.T., Top Gun, Ferris Bueller, Back to the Future. I mean, Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost
Right.
Ark.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah. I don't know.
Nothing. I mean, I remember. Why do
Say
you ask?
anything?
No, I mean, no,
Was that before you or
no.
after that?
We just missed.
Right.
It wasn't.
Right.
But I definitely. I don't know. Why do you ask?
Well, just like so, we were talking the other day, and I told her, I said, I still feel like the underdog. I've always favored the underdog forever. I don't know why, I just always have. Maybe because I went to a small Catholic school that had 100 people in it. So we were like every team that we played in sports was bigger and better and faster. Like they just
Yeah,
were,
yeah.
right? So we were always like, going in there with a chip on our shoulder kind of thing. So I don't know. I just wonder, like the age that I grew up in was Rocky,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
American Anthem. I don't know if you remember that one.
I know of
It
it. I've
was
never
the
seen it.
Olympic thing. But it was all these movies that were built around the underdog.
Okay.
So that, I mean, that's like who I totally identify with. Is just being even to this day.
I mean, I gotta say, uh, as much as Star Wars, etc., were big influences. A scene from Raiders
Yeah.
sticks out. It stuck out then. It sticks out now. I just watched it not too long ago with my kids, and
Mm-hmm.
it still. So he finally connects for the second time with I I want to call her Jenny Hayden because that was her name in
The
Starman.
lady,
Yeah,
yeah, with the long
yeah,
hair and
yeah.
yeah, what is her name? Yeah,
But
she was
she outdrinks the dude. Anyway,
like
there's
the
this.
alligator scene and the whole like in the other like in one of those movies. Um, yeah,
Well,
she was in a bunch of shit.
there's a shot scene
Okay.
at the bar that she owns in Raiders, and it's like her opponent is this big hulky like,
Yeah.
and he thinks he's finally got her, and then he just.
Goom.
But they there's a scene later, and they're on this huge ship going somewhere, and he's just he's always banged up.
Right.
Indiana Jones, he's always banged
Mm-hmm.
up, and she's like so annoyed with him, and he's so annoyed with her, and she wants to see how she looks, so she flips this mirror to because it's facing the other way, but it's
Uh-huh.
on a hinge stand,
Yeah. Yeah.
and when she flips it, it just crushes him right in the chin, and the camera pans there, so they're in their room on the ship,
Right.
and as soon as she flips it, the camera pans to like a shot of the boat from afar,
Uh-huh.
and you just hear the echo of his scream because it hits him right in the chin,
Right.
and she's like, "I'm so sorry," and she's like, "Just I want to help you. Where does it hurt?" And he's like, "Here," and she kisses it. "Where else does it hurt?" And he's like, "Here." And she kisses it, and then she's like, "Where else does it hurt?" He's like, "Here." And she kisses that, and then he's like,
Right here.
"Here."
Right.
And I just remember
That's
being
funny.
like, I don't know what is happening, but I am hardwired into this
Coolest
because
thing I've ever seen.
it feels so like real, and how like love and happiness eventually
Right.
they finally connect,
Yeah.
And I mean, it's one of the silliest scenes in the whole movie, but
Right.
it's one of my favorites. I love it. It's just like,
And
man.
like so what are video games that for our kids? Maybe you think? I mean, I mean, I can't help but think that those movies in our day. I mean, it was a simpler time, not like it was 100 years before that, but we were much more. We weren't as developed as we are now,
hmm
right? So just feels like I see a lot of the movies that I really loved. I mean, Top Gun was one of them,
Yeah.
but for sure.
You haven't seen Maverick yet, have you?
No, Andrew saw it last weekend. He
Dude,
said it was.
everybody's
I heard it's.
freaking out about it.
Yeah, I don't want to love it that much.
I wouldn't mind.
I don't want to. I just want to be like it's just a. It's the same movie, right? Or I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, I'm sure it's not.
Everybody is freaking out about it.
I know.
I'm really excited to see it with. I want to see it with my daughter because she loved.
Like in the theater.
Yeah. If it works out,
that would be good.
If it works out.
Yeah.
But
it feels like there's like I can see in my life parts of movies. And how they influenced me, and that's like a little bit disturbing because they're just a freaking movie. Like, but.
You have
it's really the message.
You have the world up until like 1950, where ish. Mm-hmm. I'm not an expert on. I'm just kind of blind dart. No pop culture forever until 1950,
right? And
then pop culture, and like it or not, I mean, I think of art. Previous or prior to Andy Warhol and the Campbell's Soup, and going like, what? How is that art? But you don't have to like it, but it's part of the lexicon. You don't
get to just, right.
Yeah, so like if you don't like Warhol, Campbell's Soup, like just fucking move on to the next thing.
Exactly.
So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. So yeah, so she stayed. She didn't leave. She never left. It was so funny, whenever we found out she was pregnant, my sister was in the apartment in the chair, sitting in this little recliner in the corner, and it was me and Kelly and my sister, and we said, hey, so Kelly's pregnant. And she started crying. And she was like, oh no, oh my God, oh no. And we were like, hey, it's good. It's good. We're excited. It's good. And she's like, huh? And we're like, no, we're happy. We're not scared. We're not sad. It's good. And she was like, it's good? Like, it's good. She goes, oh, it's good? Like, it's good. She's like, and then we're like all hugging and, and then she's been an amazing aunt to both of the kids. And
so what's her name?
Like, my sister,
yeah.
Stacy.
Aunt Stacy?
Yep, Staci, Stacy Lynn.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's like, there were, it was just like, it was funny, man. Just felt like that's probably the point in my life I felt the most invincible, which it was just like, one, she is so out of my league. So it's like every day I'm like, man, today could be the day she figures it out. So just enjoy it, man, because
I told you this once before. Dude. Like I got like on a Zoom, and I had no idea. I probably knew her name. I probably learned her name 3 times and forgotten it 3 times until then.
Right.
And I was like, she's really cute and seems like perfectly full of all of the positive.
Right.
You talk about opening a nitro can of Guinness and pouring it and just being like, oh my God, it's perfect.
Right.
And and she was on screen for like 2.5, 3 seconds.
Right.
And I remember being like, I don't know what that was, but I feel like I got a little bit of it on me. I feel like $1 million.
That's funny.
And then she, gone, and I've seen.
Like, what was that?
I've not seen hide nor hair of her since.
Right.
But I've still walk around being like, Shawn has that in his life. That's really cool. Yeah, I love it.
It is cool.
So, can you put into words what it's been like to maintain? I'm taking a liberty here. A healthy relationship for so long.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll just tell you this, and you know this already yourself probably. So, we've been 94, right? 2004, 14, 24 will be 30 years, so 28 years. You don't have 28 years of good anything.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
26 years of great, and then 2 has been spread out in between.
Yeah.
Right? So, which is that's like exactly how it should be, because it's like you don't learn anything from the good days, right? You got to go through some shit.
Well, right.
Right. The shit's where you really like learn and see what you're made of. And so
If you have 28 years of bliss with no blisters,
you're really fucking angry inside.
well, I mean,
I'm telling you right now.
So I don't know
You're
how
not being
exactly.
honest.
I don't know how, but somehow that there's a parallel to rage not reaching you.
Right.
Like
Right.
there's something fake or like
Right.
off. I don't know what it
Exactly.
is, but
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah.
but somehow you guys have
I don't know, man.
figured out how to tweak the recipe or whatever the analogy is you want to make.
Yeah, it's cool. This is the best of my life. Honestly, my favorite part
Well, you've
of my life. Like with her, it's badass. It's like just like hanging out with your best friend all the time.
yeah, man.
That's fucking great, man.
You've kind of dropped a little handful of Hansel and Gretel along the time that we've known each other.
Right.
About and I don't mean to put this in a way that's inaccurate, but the way that I've walked away from it is like that most family members in your circle are like not your faves,
Right. No.
and every time I hear that, it's like, you know,
We've
like,
made our
it hurts a
family.
little bit, huh?
Right. We've created our family. That's like it's like you don't get to choose you don't get to choose your blood family, but you get to choose your life family or whatever. And I love that there's people out there who are like have like the thing, man, like just like right, like it's just like, I mean, you're a little bit like, God damn, motherfuckers, how do you do that? But it makes you stronger. It's pulled us together as a family, right? So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I pitched last summer. Somebody, I've talked about this on here a bunch, but a longtime friend had people over, and I was late because my boy had a soccer game. But anyway, I arrived and I was like, hey, I'm starting a podcast, and I want you to. And this girl who I went to kindergarten with, she was
Right.
like, no. I was like, wait, what?
Not happening.
And she was like, no, I'm not. I was like, but you're so freaking cool, and you're into music, and
Right.
you're just the best of all the. And she's like, no. And I didn't know that was going to be a thing that would happen. It's happened a lot.
Really?
And hers was the first and the biggest, still the biggest shock.
Right.
And then a few weeks later, I'm right over there by the fridge trying to make this table, and I get a text from her, and it has an artist name and an album name. And I was like, what? You're in? And she's like, I'm in. And I was like,
That's cool.
immediately I put that record on. Immediately I fell in love with it.
Wow.
And I listened to it over and over again. And then I was like, I got to fucking
That's cool.
figure out what else this girl has done. She's done
Right.
a lot of other shit. And the third record I got to, I love like way, way, way more than hers. Way more. And it's like, you can see she was in a band. She was in maybe a couple bands. And then she put out that album. And then she put out another album, which got a few people from the business involved in the production.
Okay. Right.
And then the album that I really love, Ryan Adams
Oh,
is like the head producer.
Okay.
It's so fucking good.
really?
I mean, very recent. My kids are like, "Hey, man, you haven't been." I was like, I burned myself out. I knew it was going to happen.
Right.
I saw it coming. I burned.
Right. So she's a solo singer-songwriter? Or?
Yeah, with a really good band. And this record, if it's got 11 tracks, like 8 of them are just fucking
Awesome.
God.
That's
She has this
cool.
one
I'll check
one
this out.
track called Dogwood,
Okay.
and it's slow and it's sad.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, again, I can't hit the high notes, but she's like, and she does some really cool things with vocals, like that. Yeah,
What's it called? Dog?
the track I'm talking about is called Dogwood, but
Okay.
she has a song where she says, she opens the song and she goes, I met the devil down in Austin. He gave me a Fuji apple. I took a bite and went out of my head. I'm like just
Right.
fitting. Like anyway, this dogwood song. She opens up and she goes, "The dogwood's in bloom. There's nothing we can do but screw and booze and amphetamines. Oh." And then later she goes, "You don't get to choose your family." Oh,
wow.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Wow.
like everything she does.
Right. That's cool. I'm gonna check
So,
that out.
so when I was ready, I hit her up and I was like, "You ready?" And she's like, "I'm not doing that." I was like, "What?"
Oh no, you're.
I was like,
me.
"What?" And so I immediately went through our text. Did I get wasted and say something like horribly offensive?
Right.
I couldn't find. I was like, "Did I do?" She was like, "No, I just don't want to do that." I was like, "But you."
You gave me an artist.
And now I'm hopelessly in love with this artist, and I have to talk to not only somebody, I have to talk to you. And she's like,
Right.
I'm not doing.
happening.
I'm like,
Wow. That's awesome.
and then
She's
just
got your number.
just a few weeks ago, she sends me. But she's like, by the way, she's going to be at Boulevardia, and I was like, bought my ticket, and then
That's probably who Anna Karen is.
it's the same artist. It's the same artist.
Yep.
And so she sends me a link, and she says, the link is, "Hey, Boulevardia is doing this super cool thing where podcasters can like interview artists."
Oh.
And I was like, like,
Oh, exactly.
and I was
you
like,
get in?
I was like, I'd love to. I already have a ticket to the.
I mean, you're like on the pot. Like
No. I have a ticket to the thing, but you have to submit a thing, and they like review it, and
like,
so
like an episode or something. Or?
well, what you can interview artists. It's
Right.
pretty vague, but anyway, so I submitted all, and I was like, I'd love to interview this artist, but I'm open to whatever. And then a week or so goes by, and they're like, "No, you're declined." And there's a thing that says like, "Find out why," and and click it. And
What?
It's like, yeah, and
Why would you even put that in there?
you click it, and then it's like, we can only offer so many spots. It wasn't anything specific about why.
You thought they were going to give you like CMP.
Your teeth are fucked up, and you look a little
Right.
overweight, and
Right,
also,
exactly.
are you recently divorced? It shows right, but no, I think it's probably
Yeah, we can just take this personality assessment.
no. I
and
think
figure
that
out-
because you have to show all of your send us a clip and show us a link and blah, blah. I'm sure they went and saw that I'm new and I don't have a lot of view counts, and probably a lot of other people did, and so whatever, it doesn't matter.
But they should it should be, and maybe it is. But
It was just funny that she was like, "No, I'm in. Here's this artist. I'm out. Hey, check out this thing." Oh my God! No, you don't get it. I'm like,
do you feel like she's like kind of like just
slamming my dick
got
in the
you
door.
like running around the highway, just like hanging out the window, just flying you around? Like you're the dog on the bumper at at
yeah.
National Lampoon.
Poor little
Vacation.
guy probably kept up.
Yeah, you're like, I learn as long as I can.
Oh.
That's crazy. That's awesome. Someday you'll get.
Yeah.
Someday that'll happen.
Do you have any interest in talking about health, or do you want to be done?
Oh, I don't care. Yeah, that doesn't matter to me.
When? So you take the lead on that. I mean, when did you find out about Parkinson's?
I officially found out in October of 2017, so it was right before I came back to Kansas City.
Still in Joplin, and
Literally like 2 weeks before I took over the group in KC, I found out.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
was it like something's not right, I got to go to the doctor, or you went for a routine thing and they found something, they're like, you should know?
No, it wasn't the doctor. It was funny. It was our friend Chris. So we had a meeting at the office in Crenshaw, and so we were in between sessions, and he walked up to me in the hall and said, "Hey, dude, you all right?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" He's like, "Well, I noticed your arm kind of," and that was the first time I noticed that was the first confirmation that what I thought was happening was happening.
Outside world verified what was happening in Crenshaw. Really?
Yep.
I thought you were gonna say Kirk.
No, Crenshaw. So, I mean, it. And
Did it bother you that he approached you and said that?
No, I
Never?
don't mind that. It's funny, like so, like Kelly and I went to breakfast this last weekend. Last 2 weekends, we went to Old 56. Kind of like
Okay.
they're just great people,
Sure.
um, and we honestly that's the second and third time we've ever eaten there in 4 years, like as customers.
Okay.
Like I've eaten there, like with Ash and with
Hmm.
the owners, like on the regular Thursday morning visit thing. Um, but it so we were sitting at we had ordered, waiting for our food to come out. Maybe our food had come out, and the lady that was waiting on us was like in her probably I'm guessing mid 60s, late 60s. Um,
Damn.
and yeah, I know, right? So, but she said, hey, she walked up talking to us, and she goes, hey, did you have shoulder surgery? And I go, huh? I go, no, She goes, oh, I just noticed that you were kind of had your shoulder up, and I was like, no, I have Parkinson's. She's like, oh, you know, Parkinson's is like miscarriages. Like nobody knows. Like you don't know somebody knows somebody until you have one. Then everybody's like, oh yeah, I had one, and they had one, and right, we had
Or
one, and
abortions,
right,
if that happens to come up. I
right,
mean,
exactly. Like it's just like it's one of those things where it's like, my dad, my uncle, my grandfather, my
sure.
somebody. So no, man, it's like um, I mean, I had symptoms when I was in my 40s, early 40s. You don't know them
I think that
it's a
sounds
looking
familiar.
back thing.
Yeah.
You don't really notice it until you start going back and they start going, well, did you ever experience? You're like,
Mm, yes.
wow,
Yes.
holy shit. So yeah,
Um, I mean, you, from the outside perspective, you, in my mind, couldn't be more put together. Like, yep, this is just it's like
right,
traffic or
right,
toothache or something.
sure, an
Um,
inconvenience,
what's that?
an inconvenience,
Yeah, but I mean, in here,
right.
is it the same or is it a whole different thing or is it changing day to day? I mean,
Well, I mean, I'm sure this is probably the case for a lot of people who deal with this and a lot of other stuff too. But um, like um, like the public version is different than the private version.
okay. Well, yeah.
So I shuffle, right? Like at home, I don't walk. I
Yeah, you
shuffle.
said that the other day, and I was
Yeah,
like, "What?
I just slide
What?"
because it screws up your gait, your walk. Like your brain can't tell it's like they say, what do you got to have 70 some muscles or whatever to smile or whatever, like in your face. Think of the muscles think of what it takes to take a thought of just walk down to the muscles and then make them, I mean, like a drum beat that's like right on time.
Yeah,
That's what your walk is,
yeah,
right? Even if you walk funny, it's still in its own sync. It's to the beat of
yeah,
its own drum kind
yeah.
of thing. So and that's one thing that's become really in the last month or so difficult for me. Like I don't know if you've ever noticed it, but you will see me in times walking where, I mean, I'm like all over the place. Like I just can't control my right leg. It just will not do that motion. The left leg totally fine. Right leg cannot do it, and there's just no controlling it. So, and it's painful. It's hard to. It's hard to. You just it's got its mind of its own, right? So, and you can't control it. So you could flop it out there and just make do your thing. But so at home, yeah, it's a shuffle. It's
But that's where I don't understand. Like, it's how it could be different at home versus
well, it's not different at home. But what the difference is at home is that I don't try to walk. I just slide.
just fuck it.
So whenever you just slide, you're not lifting your foot up,
Uh huh.
right? I mean, like all this motion, you just shuffle along. So and that's not a guarantee that that's going to work,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it
Yeah.
can change in a matter of seconds, right? Because like I've got what's called dystonia, which is involuntary muscle contractions. So I take like an epileptic medicine for that epileptics take that to control them from having seizures. But what it is it's involuntary. So like when my shoulder's up, when my arm goes up like this, that I'm not doing that,
Of course.
right?
Yeah.
So when I walk and it just like can be like literally, I can I can be somewhere at a restaurant, feeling fine, walk to the bathroom, and it halfway through it kicks into where my foot just like my legs just like it's like I can't. It's just like I'm walking and kind of flopping around. Take a piss, wash my hands, start walking back, and it feels perfect, and I can walk perfect for 15 feet, and then it comes back again. Like it's just like so
And
so
you're
that's
always aware of the changes.
oh yeah you're completely. I mean not like I mean the I'm not really had a real issue with like embarrassment or
Sure,
anything,
sure.
but with the walking thing, it's kind of hard. Like at the show last week, I was walking with between the show. I had to go around the parlor for a little while.
Yeah, well, I walked with you. I was
Well,
like, I don't know where I parked.
right, yeah. Well, I was
You had
walking with
to,
another
yeah.
guy, and and I don't know him. I know who he is, and he knows who I am. Like he's a rep, and we know each other, who we are. But we were walking, and it kicked in,
Oh,
and it
wow.
was like, it was hard to not. I mean, just it was just weird. You just
Either one of you say anything?
oh no,
No.
no, and I just stop and talk for a minute and kind of rest and but
Smart?
just kind of try to give it a sec. But it's just that's the walking thing's kind of weird. I mean that's like a
I guess where and I'm not sure if I knew where I was going with this when I wrote this down, but I mean, like, you seem so unfazed, strong.
right,
Like, I mean, like, not to be corny, but
right,
like all going back to fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
right,
And I think I do what the human or natural thing is and try to picture myself. And I feel like I would just fucking crumble and be like, pathetic and be
right.
sad and
Uh,
feelings.
you wouldn't be that way,
Well, I don't know, but I mean, I look at you and I'd be like, how the fuck is he just
right?
forging ahead
Yeah,
in apparently every element of life?
right.
And I don't know.
Were you ever? So did you ever wrestle or
No,
did you ever?
I went to wrestling for like 2 days and I was like,
Yeah, I did it
nah.
my freshman year. I was like, this is the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
And I just like and I was just a pain from the twisted pretzel thing they were doing to me. It wasn't even about the food and all that shit too. But the reason I ask is like, so I've kind of, so I've like really, I like embrace. I'm a big fan of oh what's the word where you don't give yourself stuff like you the art of not like of abstaining from
Yeah.
things.
Uh-huh.
So I
Yeah.
forget what it's called. So, I mean, I like nutritionally wise, like food wise. I mean, I have plenty of times where I eat shit food and I'll probably hit Taco Bell on the way home and whatever. But,
My
but
daughter and I hit it last night.
did you?
Her request. I was like, you
Right.
bet.
Hey, you gotta be a good dad, right? So, but like the denying yourself things just for the sake of doing it, just to do it and go, look, I got a whatever here, and I got whatever. There's a bowl of like for me, like it's grape nuts and sugar, real sugar, white sugar, right? Because white sugar is like the evil
Mm-hmm.
thing, But I'm just like, there's a ton of sugar there. There's a ton of I'm just or whatever it is. There's cold pizza. There's Taco Bell. I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to, just for the sake of not doing it, I'm just going to not do it. Just to go feel what it feels like to not have what I want. Right. So part of that and part of just like, it's stupid because I got what I was looking for, but I always felt like this is, and maybe, did you ever feel like you were destined for any, did you ever remember having like this feeling like I'm meant for, I've always kind of had that feeling. It's a stupid thing. I think it's, I'm sure it's just a human ridiculous thing that's probably connected to fucking Rocky or some stupid movie that the underdog thing, right? But I've
Yeah.
always just kind of felt like there was something, you know. So um, I think that like with my mom dying when she was young, it just feels like for me, like this is like, I mean, it's super humbling to have Parkinson's. You know, I mean, it's very humbling. It's in your face that you don't. I mean, I take 19 pills a day,
That's not true.
so almost 100. What's that? Almost 140 pills a week, right? So that, I mean, that's what they do. They don't know what to do, so they just throw medication at your symptoms, and that's fine. It's not fine, but it is what it is. But
Hey, if you're alive the next time we see you, we'll have some data to
right,
know whether or not those
yeah,
worked.
I'm like, is this going to ruin my liver? That's what I'm worried about. Like, am I going to end up with a
I
kidney
would think
problem?
9
Right?
pills would
But
ruin your liver.
no. So, but you know, it's just like it's kind of cool, man, in a sense, because it's like every day it's a reminder that, you know, it's like, have you ever heard that saying that like no one knows what shoes you wear? They're so worried about themselves. They don't. You can wear
Oh
what,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
They don't pay attention to your shoes. They're worried about themselves, how they're looking.
Yeah,
So it's the same thing. It just is. It's just like a really like I'm. I'm not shitting you. I'm kind of like glad that I've got it in a way because it's like it's just like keeps me mentally in the now.
that's cool.
Like right now, living in the moment and just not right. Just like I don't know if that makes sense or not.
It does.
I
It
just
does. It does. It makes so much sense. Where I can't, sort of look around the thing
right,
is that, and I could be. I mean, I'm not fucking informed medically, but I
right,
mean, you, whatever it is, Parkinson's or whatever I think you automatically go to a place that means that the end comes sooner than it should
right.
or otherwise
Yeah,
would. And I don't know if that's
right,
true or not, but if there's even a shred of truth in it, like
right,
how do you have the fortitude and the strength to feel the way you just described?
right.
Like I'm thankful or I'm glad or whatever it was you said.
Yeah,
If that's true, which again I don't know
right.
if it is.
Well, it's a degenerative disease. So like, and so there's this video, and I'll send it to you. It's a YouTube video. It's really cool to watch. It's this guy that's probably a little older than me, and it's probably 5 years or so old. But there's this like local dude that's like at some kind of a conference, and he interviews this guy, and what he talks about it's like I'm like that's exactly how I feel like it's, and he talks about he's like, look, I'm not. Of course, I want a cure, but I don't ever think about that in a day's time. That's not what this is
Right,
about,
right.
right? It's about. I mean, that's pie in the sky stuff, and there's people working on that,
Yeah,
and I've got a life to live, and so I'm
yeah.
not really like keyed into that kind of stuff.
Mr. Poiple, some other guy, some other job.
Exactly.
It's not for
Right.
you.
Right. Exactly. So, but man, I just don't want to be a burden. That's my challenge. Is I don't want to. I want to be mobile and able to take care of myself. I don't want my wife to have to take care of me, which she 100% wants to and will and already does. But that's like beyond that, that's like I mean, it's not a thing really. I mean, beyond that, it's like, that what I fear is dementia because that's, you know, that's the shit that scares me the most.
All
It's
right,
like, like the swallowing issues, like those things. Those are the things where I'm like, ugh,
dude.
that does not sound fun. So that kind of stuff.
I've talked to you once or twice about the honeydew
Yeah.
with Ryan Sickler.
Mm-hmm.
Um, 2 weeks. I mean, it comes out every Tuesday, so not last. So we had a new one today. One last two. So 2 weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
he had. I think he's Grecian. Giannis Pappas
Okay.
is his name. He's pretty. He actually just has put out a new special too.
I think I've seen him.
Um,
Is it like subtitles and? Or
No,
is it in English?
it's in English.
Okay.
But he just put out a new special on YouTube, and I think it's called Mother Love, maybe
Okay.
Mom Love.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't seen it.
yeah. I mean, he just put it out, and that's probably why the timing of him being on the Honeydew. But his mom, I mean, like, I feel like she died 2 weeks before they taped, and she had
Wow.
dementia and Alzheimer for 20 years. Wow. And almost the whole, this is his third time being on the Honeydew. They're all interesting episodes.
Mm-hmm.
This episode was wild because he talks about being in the thick of it and being the person, the caregiver, and his brother is on the East Coast, like in DC or something, and he's handling some stuff, he's contributing, but he's also not there.
Right.
And he talks about
so his brother's kind of the primary caregiver.
No, his brother was like handling stuff.
Oh, I got you. So he's
yes,
the on-site
and
kind
and
the thick of it all.
It caused friction between the two of them.
Yeah.
And I mean, he talks about all of that stuff, like she's living at home, and he's a stand-up. He works at night, so like he would literally go on stage, and all of a sudden his phone start vibrating, and like she would call him like 20 times, and
freaking
leave the same voicemail message, and 1 minute later, and then it becomes like she's cooking. She left a pot on the burner, and all the contents are gone, and now the vessel is on fire. I mean, and so then tricking her into going to a facility, and the staff being like, we deal with it all the time. So it literally just like, and then darting out, and then into like the swallowings, not remembering to choose, and then like not remembering who he is, and the whole, and dude,
it's terrible.
Dude, it's
the worst, man.
Oh, I mean, it's a fucking 90-minute episode, and I felt like I aged like 12 years watching it, and it's really good. It's really good content, and I mean, he's funny, Ryan's funny, but
so he's talking about it and all that.
Yeah, man, like heavy, hard shit.
Yeah.
And just, I mean, I'm just scraping the surface there.
Yeah, that's the scary shit, man. Because it's weird too, man. Because like it's portrayed in a lot of movies and things like that.
Sure.
But like the whole, like it's odd, right, man? So it's like you don't know what you don't know. So like the thing about dementia that scares me is that the different levels of clarity that you get, like you got the total fog, like you're in a delusion. Where's Mary? Mary's dead. Why is Mary? Where's Mary? Like, or whatever. Like, it's like you're so in it, you don't have any awareness that there's any reality other than what you're asking about. And then you've got that moment where you're like, I mean, that you asked about Mary. You know that Mary's not here.
Well, I think it,
degenerative.
I think it,
I
think eventually.
And it comes and goes, so.
I think eventually it goes. I don't know. It's probably different for everybody, but.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing I don't know about. Honestly, I haven't looked enough into it, but, like, what actually is the cause of death?
You should watch that up. He talks about like the insane levels of guilt.
Right.
And being like, I feel guilty because if I just say anything, I'll fuck it up. But
yeah, what's cool though, and this is like a total like an ego thing, I'm sure. But so my oldest Matthew Mazzeo, he was here a couple months ago, and my symptoms had gotten a little bit worse. So he noticed it, and he saw me dealing with it and the pills and all this stuff, and and we went down to the plaza. There was a Michelangelo display on the plaza of the Sistine Chapel. So they took these they took these photos and they put them on big canvases like the size of the wall, and then there was a display and you would walk through the whole display. Yeah, and they would be on the wall, and we kind of run around and went down there with my sister and Kelly and me and the two boys, and but it's really, he
4 years younger, said sister.
yes,
And you wrote this. One of the
Exactly.
side tracks was the song
so,
"Sister."
oh yeah, right, yeah,
We'll
right,
We'll get back to that on another episode.
exactly.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Plaza Sistine
But
Chapel.
it was just funny. It's like I'm the same way, and I'm sure everyone else is the same way. But cheers.
Cheers, man.
It's good.
I got 2 more I can send you with if you want to take them.
Right. But it's funny. Like he gets pissed off.
Your son,
Yeah.
Mateo.
Jack does too.
Oh, not just in that moment.
Yeah, different times. Like they're just pissed off about like, fuck this shit, man. This is bullshit. So it's amazing how it's like I love the fact that I take full advantage of the fact that it makes me more human. Like I know it. I mean, I know it's like you get a little sympathy, whatever, and doesn't mean anything. But it's like it's okay to be a puss. You're shaking and you're not the man anymore. I mean, I think I got something left in the gas tank, but I'm not sure how much. I probably used to think I had more than I do have. Now I'm hoping I have more than I think I have. If that makes any sense.
It makes no sense and all the
But I'm
sense at
thinking
the
I
same
probably
time.
don't have as much as I wish I had. But now it's like I said, it's the best time because now it's like, I mean, it's that whole now thing, right? Living in the now,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we're different. We're similar, but we're different,
Right.
right? We've known who each other is for 9 years,
Yep.
but we haven't known each other until recently,
Right.
really getting to know each other. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I mean, like, I was at a place the other day, and this old dude sat down next to me, and who I was with was talking with the customer and having their own conversation, and he was sitting there, and I'm like, "Hey man, I said it's by the guy on your right side of beer today. Did you know that?" Right? And he's like, "Really?"
He's a stranger.
Yeah. And he starts laughing, and we start talking. I got his number. He's got my number. We're gonna go have a beer in a couple weeks somewhere.
Hell yeah.
Like it's just, it's just like that connection. Like that's kind of what it's brought me to. So
You know the Gretzky quote, right?
huh?
No?
No.
I think it's the most famous Wayne Gretzky quote
Really?
ever. There probably is only one.
I just know he had a really hot wife. What was her name?
Have you seen his daughter? Oh my god.
No.
She's
And she was his wife was a gymnast, right?
she was an actress.
She was in American Anthem.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm just yeah.
Oh my,
Anyway,
his
so
daughter. Jesus, dude. She just married Dustin Johnson, the golfer.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But if she's not getting paid for her Instagram content, then I don't know how Instagram works. But
Right.
oh man,
So what's his quote?
you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Right. There you go, man.
And I think I never watched it. I think The Office kind of took that and made it its own, and
Oh yeah.
maybe didn't attribute it. I don't know if they did or not.
I'm
but-
sure. Maybe I don't know, but yeah. So anyway, yeah. So it's just, man, I've figured out how to, I mean, I mean, I was, I've showed you probably. I show everybody the pictures because I just think it's fun to learn about different stages of everybody's life, and so the way I do that is I share mine because if I share my embarrassment, somebody else will share theirs.
Yeah.
Right.
Show you mine if you show me yours.
Right. So, I show my, my when I was in bodybuilding and in my little pink Speedo and
I've definitely seen a picture of you with some locks,
yeah, right.
some flow.
Yeah. But it's cool, it's cool like to go, like to have been that healthy, in every way physically, and young and stupid, so really not even like a lot of stress because you're young and you don't know what you don't know is coming. And then to be where I'm at now, it's like I don't know, it's just a perspective that I never would have had.
How could you have?
Yeah, had I not gotten this, and you could ask Kelly. She's like, it's just like I've settled in, like to like some kind of thing where, it's just it's not so much about where we're going. It's just like what are we doing right now?
Where we are. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's fun.
Well, speaking of Kelly, she's probably maybe a little bit concerned.
No, she's
okay, cool.
She's sleeping. She's crashed.
Oh, right on.
She's in bed at 8:00 reading and asleep by 9:30.
Well, we've like roughly been down here for 5 hours.
Oh my God. No shit.
And I heard one yelp, and
Somebody's got to go to the bathroom.
None of those dogs have gone outside or had dinner.
Oh my God.
So the Humane Society's probably going to come knocking here.
Right. Hit the stop button.
Man, so much fun.
Yeah,
thank
man.
you.
Thank you, man. It's been good.
It was. You're the only person that at that same show you just mentioned. What are you doing Saturday? Like it's usually a formal. Oh. So I just kind of threw it out there because I realized I had an opening, and but then we did it the appropriate way, and
right.
It worked.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's fun, man.
It's always a process to have the conversation and then agree on a topic and a time and a date, but none of it matters until your butt's in the chair. So, thanks for doing that.
Oh yeah, thanks, man.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. We'll talk to you. All right.
Yep.
See ya.
That's good, man.